Welcome in. Ezreal's what we're seeing.
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
Take the MF. Hello? Yeah. I'm doing okay. How are you? No. Yeah, it could be. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I could probably do that.
Don't get cocky.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, what's the Addy? Yeah. Okay.
Minions have spawned.
Okay, sounds good. Thursday or what? Thursday what time? Alright, sounds good. Alright. Okay, thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. Alright, bye. Alright, that's another work call right there.
Set sail.
First blood.
Keep your blade on.
What the?
Not a problem. Sure you can handle me, summoner?
This is fucked up.
Bang. Step 2.
So tilted over this shit, bro. Like, what the fuck is my support?
Don't get cocky. Set sail. Not a problem. Step 2.
An enemy has been slain.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Damn it. No help, bot lane, please.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that. Guns blazing. Don't get cocky. Not a problem.
Fuck!
Sure you can handle me, summoner? I know what I'm doing. The fun begins. I've got a good feeling about this. You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Like to see it.
Not a problem.
Your turret has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy.
Go Warwick. Go Warwick. Eat that motherfucking. Mm.
Don't get listener.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I've got a good feeling about this. I know what I'm doing.
I'll be right back. I gotta finish.
So I'm warming up some food real quick. I'm gonna eat real quick. So I'm gonna actually watch something on YouTube.
No way.
At this
For a
one, I'm
little
good.
bit.
I think I lose there.
Well, let's find out. Orange, it'd be pretty impressive if you did worse than yellow.
Ready.
Start the race. Hold that W key. All right, he's up. Oh! Oh! No, no shot, no shot, no shot.
Did he overshoot it? Did he overshoot it? I don't like seeing this.
Wait, wait.
Nope, I overshot.
No way!
Yo, they was fucking it up.
He almost did like 10 seconds.
They're like,
But you're not even using the mouse.
I don't need to. It's a straight line. It's a straight line. Oh my god.
Oh my god, no shot. 25 seconds!
bro, he did that Joan in 20. Look, let me have my bro. 25 seconds. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I'm like, okay, I may have won this round, but next round, they gonna spank me. They gonna spank me.
No! I told you I'm taking that first spot this race, F.A. I told you I was taking that first spot. Brother, I got hit by that hammer 5 times. How am I so unlucky with the timing? Your only shot is that Devontae is slower than you. It's a lot of pressure, man.
All right.
Yo, my top op, bro. My top op, Devontae.
Oh, all right, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
No. Oh my god.
You just timed his jump. You could have the best time out of everyone.
I gotta take my time because he got 2 minutes. He just literally has to nail his ramp. I'm actually in pain and despair.
Oh my god, did he hit it? Did he hit it first try? Oh, it did! Oh, it did!
Oh my god!
He hit it! He did it! You got the best time!
Oh my god! No, that hurts.
Yo, bro, you don't know how it feel to see your top op just jumping up and down with Mr. Beast, bro. That shit hurt my soul.
So much.
Ray, if it makes you feel better, I'll let you flip your desk.
Thank you, Jimmy. Hey, don't scratch my car.
Oh, yeah, you got close.
I hope you guys win the car, man.
So now I'm in the top 3, y'all. Now I'm in the top 3.
I want a hug, man. Oh, you want a hug? You're awesome, brother. It's very nice, very nice. Look how nice this looks. Perhaps may I sit in it? Perhaps you may. How does it feel? Like my car. Oh, this
Hey,
is nice.
you know, you get around Mr. Beast, you gotta start using proper verbatim, you know? Hey, you know what I'm saying? I might not be from where these people from, but I'm gonna get up there and speak their language, you feel what I'm saying? You know, you gotta get up there and speak their language for real. I start, yeah, nigga.
It's very nice, very nice. Look how nice this looks. Perhaps may I sit in it?
Perhaps may I sit in it? You know, good manners, nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
Perhaps you may. How does it feel? Like my car. Oh, this is nice. Oh my God. About to be the coolest dad in the pickup line.
When we started this video, there were 7 contestants, and now 3 remain. After 2 more races, 1 will remain and drive off with this brand new Lamborghini. 3, 2, 1, start the race.
I'm not playing.
Come on. For this next race, there are only 3 jumps.
Only 3?
Totally nothing else you need to worry about.
Oh. I'm not playing. I am not playing.
We're off, and as usual, green is in the lead.
As usual, green is in the lead. Another soundbar, you know what I'm saying?
I'm locked in. I gotta win it. I gotta win this. I can't too far.
So, unlike the previous races, whenever you fall off, you respawn at a checkpoint.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got this, bro. I'm locked in. Oh! Oh my gosh.
Have you made it through the first hole yet?
Still working on that part, dude.
So hard.
All right, this is the one right here. Oh wait, I made it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got this, bro. I'm locked in. Oh! Oh my God, bro. I got it. All right, ready? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right.
Hey, you got through. Oh, Red made it through? Red's in the lead? Wait, if Red hits this jump, it's game over.
This is it. This is it. Oh my God. All right, this is the one right here.
Wait, you made it through? Wait, Green's in last place?
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie, yeah, I was in last. Yo, crazy pause. What the fuck do I look like?
What?
Yo, Mr. Beast, you gotta fix the cameras or something, bro. I don't know if this is AI generated, but yo, bro, I don't like the way I'm pausing. I'm peeping the way my appearance is looking on the camera in front of a million people.
All right, this is the one right here.
Wait, you made it through? Wait, Green's in last place?
Okay. Okay.
All 3 of you are on the last jump. If 2 of you magically hit it, 1 of you is going home.
So y'all, this one is like, it's like a shootout, bro. So like, I'm not gonna lie, at this point, it's not even skill. That bitch is just luck. Bro, whoever make it through, make it through. That bitch wasn't even like.
Oh my God, I made it. Okay, I know it. Oh, you gotta find that perfect center.
Bro, they could hit
look, in the Bible, what does it say?
Hmm.
No weapon formed against me shall prosper. So peep game.
Gotta do it. Green's almost there.
So look, here we have a weapon trying to prosper against me. But what God said, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. So peep game.
Oh my god. Oh. Okay, that's not stopping the motion. That is not stopping the motion. That is not stopping the motion. That is not stopping the motion.
Green!
That is not stopping the motion, nigga. Why? Why? I told you I'm a real demon, nigga. I'm really like that. I'm trying to tell y'all. Really? Like, nah, for real.
Alright, Hefe. Alright.
Finish! One of you, orange or red, is going home empty-handed. This could be your last try.
Oh my god.
Stop giving him time, Red.
Come on. Come on.
Oh, he did it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry you didn't win a Lambo.
That's all right. Next time.
Yeah.
So now I'm in the finale against my top op, y'all. Now I'm in the finale with my top op. Who y'all got? Red or green?
I got green.
I don't know about
I got Hefe.
And then two remain. One of you is winning this $200,000 Lamborghini. Who's it gonna be?
Listen, you don't want that. I do. Trust me, you don't want that to post on my Instagram. I got you, man. Bro, guess what? Before things get spicy in here, bro, this is my car. See my chest? It's puffed out.
All right, boys, let's let them.
You see, I was really finna get it on. I told you, in real life, I'm a real demon. I was finna break him up. Over the Lambo, get serious about Mr. And look at Mr. Beast, 7 foot tall ass. This nigga makes me look like a little ass boy. Yo, bro, Mr. Beast, what type of growth hormones are you taking, bro? Did you go get the growth height surgery? Why do I look, Mr. Beast? Come on, man. You're not, yo, bro. You ruining my shit, bro. I don't like this, bro. Nigga, I'm not even blow like. Yeah. All right, bro. All right, Mr. I see what this was. This was just the operation to tear down. Okay.
Let's let the racing do the talking. All right, maybe we shouldn't do IRL gaming videos. One of you is going home with this Lamborghini. Who's it gonna be?
It's gonna be me. It's gotta be me.
And for this final race, you will have two options. You could take the long squiggly road, the long path, and win that way. Or you will have what we call the 1 in 100 shot at skipping everything. You go off the ramp, you land it, you instantly win. You could literally win in the first 5 seconds.
Oh.
Gentlemen, are you ready?
As ready as I can be. I'm locked in.
Lambo on the line.
So my question to y'all: you can do the long and safe route, or you can do the one big jump. What would y'all do? What would y'all do? Long, safe? Safe? Let's see.
Start the race!
Let's go. This is mine. All right, man. This is it.
No 1 in 100.
We both took the
Let's see.
safe route.
Green is in the lead, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Come on.
You gotta hit these turns quick, you gotta catch up.
I gotta catch him on the lines, bro.
You're ahead.
Slow and steady once the race.
Coming into the turns faster, you're hitting them sharper.
I am. Hitting a little drift. Yup.
You're gaining distance on them. If for whatever reason you fall, at this point, your only hope is the 1 in 100.
I'm not gonna fall. This is my Lambo.
As of right now, it is.
I gotta catch those turns, bro. That's it.
You guys are now around halfway done with the race. Right, you really gotta start hitting these turns faster and harder.
I don't get cooked.
I was so scared.
Oh my God, I'm him. Come on, dude. Well, he's coming up on me.
Oh, he's closing the gap. Green is fumbling.
I am.
Oh, it's neck and neck.
Come on, bro. Come on, Hefe.
So scared.
He's on him. He's on him.
Hefe. I'm on you.
I was so
It's mine.
scared. I was so scared.
Done. We're coming up on it.
My hands are shaking. I'm gonna fall off.
Wait, Green, he's catching up.
Come on, bro. I think I'm gonna fall off. I'm too nervous. I'm way too nervous.
This is your time, Devontae.
He's gonna catch me. Come on.
You might do it right now. You guys are coming up on the end. Green, he is right behind you. One misclick and you lose a Lambo. He's about to overtake you. Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Oh.
Nigga hit me off. I did get the back door of death. Nigga said fuck me. Fuck me for what? What did I do? The fuck? But like I said earlier, no weapon formed against me.
Oh my god, no way! Oh no, they both fell! What? Oh my god.
Shall prosper. He fell as well. He fell as well, nigga. So now what? So now what? Now what? Now what? What's going on? What's going on?
Nah, this is crazy. Wait, no one wants to take it the 1 in 100?
Happy, I'm on you, gang. I'm on you.
The back door? I see what type of games we're playing.
I ain't no backdoor. Come on, bro. Try better.
Nah. I see what type of games we're playing. Now, are you gonna do like last time and slowly give up your lead? Oh yeah, I'm choking now.
I got you. It's all patience, bro.
Oh no.
He fell off again.
He fell? Your only shot now is to hit the 1 in 100.
So now he's not even trying to go the long route. He is finna try to do the 1 in 100. And unfortunately for me,
Come on.
This is a 1% chance.
Come on.
That's your only hope of catching up. Oh God, you're gonna get a rocket boost. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh no.
my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Wait. Oh
No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay,
You
okay.
almost did it.
yo, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, that shit had me so scared. That shit had me so scared to the point where I was finna just jump off and try to just take the long one and see who get it first. Just start shooting half court shots and see who make it first. That's what that was my plan at that point. But I'm like, you know what? I ain't come here this far to fail, bro. I was not gonna come this far to fail. Trust the process, like the Sixers in 2019.
He almost landed on your trap.
He almost did it. I got this.
Green. He might hit this.
I think I got it.
He's going for another jump.
I gotta be locked in.
Who's gonna finish first? 3 more turns. This is your final jump.
Come on. This is it.
Be focused on what I have to do, and I'll be good. He's coming up on it. Come on. Let's go! Let's go! Do you hit this jump or you lose a Lambo? It's now or never.
This is
Come on! It's mine! It's mine!
this is it, bro. Oh my god, man.
Let's go! Go! It's what I do! Let's go! I told you!
I told y'all niggas. Fuck is y'all saying, nigga? My shit. What? Let's go. Let's go. My shit. My shit. Let's go. I need all W's in the chat. Like, come on, turn me the fuck up, bro. Turn me the fuck up, bro.
Go! Yeah! Go! Yes! Go! It's what I do! Let's go! I told you! Yeah! Go! Yes! Go, Jimmy! Let's go! Here are the keys. Nah! Let's go! Levante! I don't want you going home with nothing. You might not have won a $200,000 Lambo, but here's $10,000.
Get that nigga 10 beans. I'm trying to get on Mr. Beast level. Gave his ass 10 beans.
Bro, you don't understand. I actually might cry. Oh my god.
But more importantly, let's get your brand new Lambo! Woo! Subscribe! And don't forget to get your feastables.
Yo, W promo, Mr. Beast. I still need some little more extra on the back end for saying, don't forget to forget your feastables, bro. But yeah, y'all. Shout out to Mr. Beast now. You know, he invited us out there for the challenge.
And he won that bitch.
At Harbor Freight, we're committed to ensuring our tools are expertly engineered and built to last.
Let's go both 5-man and stupid GG. Only way we lose is if we die now before we all group up. Then it's just over. Okay, we don't lose, but like then we can't end. But yeah, just go group 5-man bot lane now while enemy minions push. Like your minions push. I'm gonna help the waves push with my.
In the heart of Africa, in the region of the Great Lakes, the waters are ruled by a terrifying creature, the largest Nile crocodile ever observed in the wild. Over the past 10 years, nearly 300 deaths have been attributed to this man-eater. To stop the killing, 2 men and a woman will attempt the unthinkable, to capture this dangerous giant alive. Burundi, a tiny state in East Africa, between Tanzania and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Here stretches the vast plain of Rusizi, a national park since 1990. The Rusizi River courses through the park, carrying muddy waters from the mountains of the Congo to the deep blue basin of Lake Tanganyika. The great delta between the two is the perfect habitat for crocodiles. And it's irresistible terrain for those who hunt them.
Now you're crazy fishing here. Don't you know it's full of crocodiles?
Yes, I know it's full of crocodiles.
If they attack, you won't even have time to see them coming. It's suicidal. You're going to be eaten alive.
Patrice Fay is a herpetologist who has lived in Burundi for 20 years. He is at home here, but he knows a killer crocodile is stalking the delta. Protecting people from crocodiles and crocodiles from people has become an urgent mission for Patrice. During his frequent patrols, he often finds illegal traps. The reserve is full of them. The crocodiles are killed for their skins, despite the fact that they are protected by international law.
Yeah. Look at that. He's wounded. He's been there for several days.
This little crocodile will likely survive despite its wounds. As for the poachers, hunting in these waters is not only illegal, it can be deadly. Once fully grown, this crocodile will join the ranks of great predators who patrol these waters.
Dépêche-toi. Je crois que je le vois.
Something on the surface of the water catches the attention of Patrice.
Oui.
A large antelope, a sitatunga, has been killed. The powerful jaws of a crocodile tow the 500-pound victim into the river. The crocodile is large, but it is not the monster that has been terrorizing local villages. News of a possible crocodile attack brings Patrice to the shores of Lake Tanganyika. The body is largely intact, and in the absence of witnesses, nothing proves to Patrice that the guilty party is the crocodile everyone is talking about. But with a known man-eater stalking these waters, news of any death is bound to increase the anxiety of the villagers. Patrice knows it's just a matter of time before the crocodile claims another victim, and the people look to him for help.
Minions spawned.
After 2 years of investigation, Patrice has come to the startling realization that a single animal is responsible for nearly every attack. A man-eater, a monster. He named the creature Gustave. It is a name which now strikes fear in the hearts of people across Burundi. The testimony of a nearly disemboweled fisherman is distressingly common. Many in the village have lost loved ones, and Patrice is determined to help them.
I have all the evidence I need.
We're gonna catch this crocodile now. We're gonna trap him. It'll be difficult, but we're gonna get him.
Bujumbura is the capital of Burundi, a country in turmoil for the past 10 years. In 1993, a bloody civil war erupted between the opposing communities of Hutus and Tutsis, costing the lives of 200,000 people in a period of only a few months. Today, harmony is precarious, the peace is fragile. In this tense political climate, Patrice has a meeting with the Minister of the Environment. His goal is to obtain permission to capture the giant crocodile.
Absolument qu'on capture ce crocodile. C'est un danger pour...
He's a danger for the entire coast, from Bujumbura right to Minago.
Not by a long shot.
Patrice insists on the fact that the animal is exceptional and worthy of study. Even if he's a man-eater, he must make it clear. Everything must be done to capture him alive. The minister gives his approval, but tells Patrice that he has only 2 months to act.
It's my business to know
After
what
that,
others do not.
a change of government risks plunging the entire country into civil war. 60 days is all Patrice will have. He will have to move quickly.
I'm not here to serve. I'm here to protect.
To capture Gustave, Patrice designs a trap. It must be large enough and strong enough to hold the giant. Nearly 30 feet in length and weighing more than a ton, it will be a cage like no other. For the safety of the crocodile and anyone involved in the capture, the design must be considered carefully. Patrice first works out his plans with the model to optimize the armament system he has conceived. The success of the project rests entirely upon its reliability. Patrice and his men start building the cage. Everything has been designed so as not to hurt the animal. The board shafts turn outward, and any sharp angles are carefully ground down.
Let's investigate.
72 pieces make up this gigantic puzzle, and it needs to be assembled with the greatest care. Patrice's bold vision begins to take shape.
Let's crack this case wide open.
But will the cage withstand the assaults of an enraged crocodile that weighs more than a ton? Patrice has long been aware of the challenge of keeping the crocodile alive once it is captured. He needs the help of an expert. Marc Ganswana was immediately enthusiastic about the project. This 28-year-old scientist lives in Tunisia, where he runs a large farm with over 400 Nile crocodiles. But an animal the size of Gustave will push Marc's experience to the limit.
Je vais te montrer un petit peu quelque chose. Il y a un endroit
They cannot
intéressant
run
ici.
from the long arm of the law. Not from the scope
So
of
fucking recall.
Patrice takes Marc to Gustave's territory, Rusizi National Park. After 10 years of war and neglect, the park is desperately in need of attention and protection.
brilliant. Target in sight.
In the 1950s, buffalo, elephants, and warthogs inhabited the plain, but they were progressively exterminated by man. The only survivor among the large mammals has been the hippopotamus, and they share the river in an uneasy coexistence with the Nile crocodiles.
You see, this is one of the places where the crocodile likes to come because there are banks of white sand here. And he can lay high and mercy. But it's been 2 months since we left.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, it's his job to keep the power on. That's why he chooses Grainger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's wrap this up.
We know that he's somewhere in the north because we've had reports of accidents. He goes off like that quite regularly. He hunts and then he comes back, and then he's pretty calm.
I cannot afford to
The
falter.
Dune Islands, situated at the mouth of the Rusizi, offer an ideal resting place for Nile crocodiles. Seeing them in such numbers and in excellent health, it appears to Marc that they have not suffered too much from damage to their environment. Crocodiles have managed to survive on this planet for over 200 million years. Large crocs like this one measure over 10 feet. According to Patrice, Gustave could be twice as big.
As expected.
In Burundi, everyone is talking about
No
Gustave,
stone left unturned.
but the people who have actually seen him are rare. Between myth and reality, some believe he measures 40 feet. Some say he's red, others say yellow, with tufts of grass growing out of his head. Gustave is no longer just an animal. He is a legend, a demon, these images, but Patrice believes he is 18 to 21 feet long and weighs more than a ton. The size is staggering.
This is prehistoric, isn't it?
I've never seen anything like this.
There you see, you have the impression that you've stumbled across something dead that's been sculpted in the ground. Look at that.
He has a very peculiar head. You see the two bony crests he has on either side of his head?
What I regret is not having seen his teeth because we were too close. That's the mistake we made. We passed in front and he dove away.
I love a good chase.
Isn't that great?
Bujumbura lies on the shore of Lake Tanganyika, the second largest lake in Africa.
I always aim to win.
Gustave sometimes makes incursions into the lake. The crocodile is bold and even hunts along the city's busiest beaches. The threat of Gustave now hangs over the capital itself. Patrice has invited South African scientist Dr. Alison Leslie to join the team. A fellow member of the Crocodile Specialist Group, along with Mark, Alison has rare expertise in the capture of Nile crocodiles. She has successfully trapped over 400 of these animals. It is experience that will prove essential.
I've never seen a cage this size. Probably because I've probably never seen a crocodile. Ah, okay. No, that's perfect. That's good because I'm such a huge animal from what I hear. You know, to actually
I much prefer this to desk duty.
Good. Okay. Good.
Boom. Headshot. Even the smallest clue can break a case.
For 10 years, most scientists have avoided war-torn Burundi. But Alison has not hesitated to come here. The chance to study a crocodile like Gustave is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Gustave has not been seen for nearly 2 months. And before they can catch him, they must find him. And despite his great size, in the vast expanse of the Rusizi Delta, it's a daunting challenge.
Turret plating will fall soon.
No matter the situation, a good investigator always remains calm. A true professional is always aware of her surroundings.
Oh my god.
I'm on the job. The heart of Piltover is its people.
This is what I want to see.
I must always be 3 steps ahead.
An enemy has been slain.
long shot. It's my business to know what others do not. I'm not here to serve. I'm here to protect. I cannot.
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
I'm back on the case, and this time I will not fail. I will not tolerate lawlessness.
Enemy killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
Let's investigate. Let's crack this case wide open. Calibrating.
Enemy has been slain. Shut down. You have slain an enemy.
Open and shut. The law bends for no one. So, it has come to this. Someone call for a sheriff?
An ally has been slain.
Spirits are calling. Playtime's just beginning.
charges.
An enemy has been
No
slain.
stone left unturned. Target marked. Incendiary. I do love a good mystery. Not so close.
No one can step in front of that for me, bro? Like, are you serious? I didn't have to die there. This Kindred just got me killed. I'm reporting her.
It seems I may have a new suspect. I am not Piltover's dog. I work for its people. No one else. Always maintain a proper chain of command. Never a dull moment. Such a waste.
We're not recalling, come on.
Until I return.
An enemy is legendary.
I love a good chase. Laws mean nothing when they fail to protect the public. Hot on the trail. I much prefer this to executed. Even the smallest clue can break a case.
An enemy is legendary.
I'll have this finished before tea time. A true professional is always aware of her surroundings.
An enemy has been slain.
In my sights. Exemplary.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Brilliant. I'm on the job. The heart of Piltover is its people.
I'll protect you.
I must always be 3 steps ahead. As expected. I aim to win. I cannot let them down.
Spirits are calling.
Team is just not taking those fucking Jin shots from me.
An ally has been slain.
I'll be adding that to the charges. Me, miss? Not by a long shot. Brilliant. It's my business to know what others do not.
An ally has been slain.
I'm not here to serve. I'm here to protect. Steady. I never miss.
Banish the
Nice. Ah, I fucking fucked that up. Nicely done. Big time win though. We get the shove.
Let's investigate.
What are you fucking dude? Nice. Oh, Jin's dead. Jin's dead. Huge. Traps, 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 traps. Traps, traps, traps. Traps, traps, traps. Yeah, baby.
Let's crack this case wide open.
Let's go, dude. Come on, I got their whole ass base, bro. Let's fucking go, dude. Rapid fire cannon? Fuck yeah. Good shit. I couldn't get out there. There was no getting out of there. Let's go, Kindred. Let's go, Kindred. Let's fucking go, Kindred. I did my due diligence. I did my fucking due diligence, bro. Now we get to push mid and end. Do they go for the dragon leave base or do they go for their dragon do they go for the dragon leave base open is my question. They leave the base open, it's over. They do. 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 Jin's there. Jin's there. He's trying to stop me. He's trying to stop me. Ah! Well, get the drag. Nice. Now get the drag. That's soul for us. Bravo. They knew I was coming. They called me. They knew I was coming. They called me out. They must have vision. Just trying to sneak back in there for the win real quick. And they knew it. They had a feeling for it. Kane's dead, bro. Get the fucking Baron, dude.
It seems I may have a new suspect.
Push it mid, bro. Push it real good.
I always aim to win, and my aim is perfect.
This is a new build for me, by the way. Fully attack speed crit based. It's pretty fucking good. I mean, it's not bad. It really kites. It kites pretty well. He slows him. Does he slow him? No. I think we're still able to end, though. I don't think that Kane's able to stop. Yeah, we win. Oh, they do have their turrets back up, but it doesn't matter. Please block those fucking shots. Let's go. Alright, cool. So Jin was on some crack there, but we actually make a good little run there and get a win. So happy me. Let's go ahead and post this if anybody wants to join. Just put a little dink. Oh wait, no, I'm chat banned. So never mind, we're not doing that. We have a 71 hour lockout on our account. That's not chat banned, so not very fun. Now do I want to play what's it called, or I think I want to play mid. Were they stream sniping me? Were those people in my stream like trying to stream snipe me or something? I think they actually were. Ended up not mattering. Well, sorry to tell you that. My YouTube is unstream snipeable.
Which one?
Tahoe Queen.
Who was this
Tahoe
dude?
Queen.
So you better get out of here, or else you're gonna get, taken as a hostage here in a minute.
Sorry, I was looking for an engagement ring.
Well, they're about to get all robbed, so.
Could I buy one before you rob all of them?
Get out, bro. Get out. Get out.
What are these, VVS?
Bro, you can get in trouble for being in here, bro. Get out, bro.
Well, I'm not the one robbing the place. I don't think I'll be in trouble.
You'll get banned if you're in here.
Banned from the store? Why? I'm a customer.
I'm gonna shoot you if you don't get out, bro.
Why would you do that?
Yo, Brent, someone take this time.
The cops are watching you. You probably shouldn't be shooting anybody.
Shut the fuck up, man.
These look pretty nice too. I don't know what to get, or
Shut the fuck up.
could you help me pick something out possibly? I was looking at these over here. I'm smashing the case.
Can you please come inside and take this guy like hostage or someplace? Taking a ship.
I gotta watch.
What? Who's driving?
Yo, what the?
I've just been shot in front of the police. You gonna do anything?
No. Yo, you weren't a part of the scene. You weren't a part of the scene. Yo, guys, you wasn't a part of the scene.
They shot me in front of you. You're a cop and they just shot me in front of you. He shot me twice. You're a cop, do something.
Yo, don't steal shit, okay?
You're a
You're not
cop,
part of
do
the scene.
something.
So let me get my shit back.
He just shot me twice and he's robbing everything. No, he just took my whole pockets. He took my whole pockets, took all my money.
That's your fault for going into the scene that was happening.
So you're not gonna do anything about witnessing a citizen be shot and murdered right in front of you?
Sounds good.
Now it appears that they're driving away.
You got any food or water? You got any water?
No.
She's not here to help anybody. What were you thinking?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, hit that bitch. Hey, name and badge number. Name and badge.
Name and badge, suck my pussy.
Name and badge. She's refusing to give me her name and badge. Excuse me. Name and badge number. Excuse me.
Okay, so what you did is you inserted yourself into
That's
the
fine. I need your name and badge number.
My name is Athena Cowes, and my badge number is 244. I'm
Good
a corporal
girl.
in the LS.
I'm not trying to get arrested again.
Oh, those are the guys.
Times. What the fuck is this?
Bro, who's that
Pull
NPC?
over.
Bro, who is this NPC?
Pull over. Wait, you weren't the guy. You anyways.
Really? Did you hear? Are you serious, bro? I'm trying to.
What's this guy?
What are you doing?
Yo, bro. How'd you learn how to do them tricks? Can you teach me?
Tricks? What's she pointing a gun for?
The guy that just tried to hit us, bro?
Yeah, it is.
That's what you get for shooting random people.
Shut the fuck up, you black bitch. You black bitch. Look at you, black bitch. Fuck you, bro. Some bitch ass.
Why did you shoot me?
Suck my
at the jewelry store.
Suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, wizard ass nigga.
Are you fucking kidding?
Shut the fuck up, bitch ass nigga. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up, man. Bro, can you just leave, bro? I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why you're talking to me here.
Because you shot me.
What you mean I shot you?
At the jewelry store when you guys were robbing the jewelry store.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate that.
What you want me to do about that?
Apologize, maybe?
Apologize? Suck my dick. How about that?
It's not very nice, man. Still got that stuff in your pockets?
Yup.
Let me see. Oh, you have to be full dead. Oh, he's exploiting. Look at him.
Hello.
Look at the exploits.
Hey, bud.
I can still
Hey, what's up?
You plan like a murder day, or I'm just trying. I'm making dinner tonight. I'm just want to make sure you have enough.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
All right.
We will see. I'll probably call later.
What's that?
Probably call later.
All right.
All right. Love you. Bye. Okay. So Fizz is easy. The main reason I picked this dog against Fizz is because it's basically an automatic win. Every single time in lane.
30 seconds.
Unless I'm like lagging or I have someone camping me.
Minions have spawned.
I was on my fucking phone. I got banned for a week, bro. Those little fucking faggots. Dude. They reported me. And I got a fucking ban. So. I'll be off there for a week. Not like I wanted to get off there. Yeah, bro. Never saying anything again. I'll just keep my mouth shut because there's little bitches on there. Yeah, bro, yeah. Yeah, Twitch did me dirty. It just means I'll have more people waiting on me for when I come back. I'll get more viewers. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker for what he just did, though. I'll tell you that. Timo, I just helped you, bro. Nice. Let's go. Man, me going out there helping out Timo really helped me out. That was such a good fucking W on my part. What? I just W'd his whole R. You know he's big mad about that. Look at the jungle just in my lane for no reason. Look at my CS. I have 100 CS 12 minutes in. Look at everyone else. 48, 82, 85, 76, 63, 72. My CS is on point this game. Look at this. Watch, watch, watch. You don't get to do that, bro. What are you doing in my shit, bro? What are you doing in my shit, bro? Bitch. Bitch, does he die? Does he die? Yeah, he does. Knew he did. I knew he did. No, I can't get away. Okay, let's see what I can get here. This right here is gonna piss. This is gonna piss him off. Both those, nicely done, Gnosis. Gnosis! Get him, Gnosis! Get him, Gnosis! Get them both, Gnosis! Ain't no way! go. Easy as fuck, man.
Problem though.
Yo, put him down. Put him down.
He's exploiting.
Excuse me, can I
Put him down.
Get out of my face.
Yo, bitch.
Hello? Oh.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Hello?
Oh, you gotta run. You gotta run.
Didn't you learn your lesson, sweetheart?
Hey, she didn't do anything wrong. Leave her alone.
She shot me in the head multiple times.
Let's not ram people. Let's be nice.
Well, let's not shoot people like this guy.
Okay, I'm not doing
Guys, are we for real?
Oh my god.
You're a bitch, bro. I'm gonna lie.
Can we all just relax?
Shut your bitch ass up.
Hello, sir. Can I ask a question?
What's up?
Why
Yo, I did a
we're being so
T-Section for, like,
hostile,
10
you know?
times.
Peace
Let's
and
not kill
equality.
anybody. Let's
They're
not kill
shooting me. Do you see this right now? You want to ask me about hostile?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Get this shit resolved
Hey,
or what?
buddy. Hey, buddy, you suck. You fucking suck.
Who, me? You guys gonna keep shooting random people?
Are you gonna fucking leave or what?
I might. I just want an apology.
Don't fucking do it,
really
bitch.
badass.
I wish you bitch
no.
would.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Leave them alone. You hear me?
I didn't do anything. They're just shooting people for no reason.
You literally are a wizard, bitch. You don't even fucking die, and you wanna talk about hitting us with a fucking car too, huh?
It's called body armor.
Called body armor, really?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Oh,
Oh my god. It's really sad, bro. It's really sad.
Do you have anything better to do with your life, or do you just like sit there in your greasy ass room, fat as or what?
I'm sitting in my car.
Yeah, and I bet that shit fucking smells, so you can leave it.
It smells because you just took a shit on it.
Like you can literally shoot him in his head like 13 times. He would not.
It's body
Yeah,
armor.
he got God mode on.
Body
This is
armor,
crazy.
yeah, bitch. Okay.
Infinite?
It's super heavy body armor from the black market.
Behind you didn't die.
Oh, yeah.
Shut up.
You're fucking smart, aren't you?
Have you ever heard of the black market? I mean,
I don't know.
Have you ever heard of the Bahamas?
it's not my fault. You guys are low-level criminals. You don't know what the black market is.
Yeah, you know what grass is, gang? Hey.
Sweetie, if you get any calls here from apartments, don't come because there is a wizard here.
Wait, where's the wizard?
You bitch. Don't act stupid.
Oh no, I'm just hanging out. When we hit in the next jewelry store,
Never, bitch.
Never. You're gonna be in the Bahamas.
we're just gonna hang out here for now, or what?
Bro, the only reason why is no one's showing up or like no one's like coming to combine this thing because no angels online right now.
Of course they are, bitch. I haven't even got to get my fucking food yet because of this little fucker.
We know you hungry.
I'm gonna fly out, bro.
Yeah, go ahead and get out of here, buddy.
It was fun until this. I'm not kidding, bro.
Maybe you should be nicer to people.
Bro, shut the fuck up, bro. Come on.
Go ahead and get out of here, buddy.
Bro.
Suck my bro, you're a low level wizard, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, Fornum's done with his 12-hour shift.
I look wanna do this, bro.
Can you come closer to your mic, please?
He's a bit nervous around the shorties. Hey, they're not gonna let you hit, bro. Just relax.
Oh my god, this on the radio.
Oh, bro. You have nothing better to do?
That's my
Like,
twin, bro.
oh my mama, you're fucking weird.
My mama, cuh.
Wow, it's a real YN. It's a real YN, guys.
Yo, this nigga does not have nothing else to do, bro. You got nothing else to do, bro.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Bro, get out of here, dude.
You never told me the name of your gang.
Okay, wait, I'm back.
What's up, sweetheart?
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Shut
Oh,
up.
Yeah, what's up, sweetheart?
Stop, bitch.
My
Oh god,
bad.
this fucking dude just hit me with his fucking car
I'm
again.
so sorry.
Dude, don't even hit me with your fucking stupid ass car again, bitch.
Who, me?
Dang, hard.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, how much money will I be
Monday. I
getting
gotta clean my house.
Yeah, we know.
Bitch, you probably live with your fucking parents still. Like, don't fucking talk to me.
Who, me?
Who else?
There's a few people standing here. Means there's only a 33% chance that you were talking to me.
Yo, you're actually a fucker, bro. All that.
It's not nice.
Bro, it is nice.
Honestly, I'm just ignoring him. Like, he's just wasting my words.
You know how sad you have to be that niggas are ignoring you and you still have to hit them to try and get attention, bro. That's just sad, man. I won't lie to you. It's like you didn't get attention when you're younger, did you?
Now that guy's hitting you.
Wait, what?
I'm so sorry.
Dude, you must have no fucking life, like deadass.
I can't control this thing. It's an EV. I think the computer chip's bugged out. Oh, he finally FA like a good boy. See, he only did it after I gave him permission.
They play in here, but they're also in the other city.
I thought we were going to the next heist.
Oh no, we're not doing a heist.
Hello!
Yeah, that's one of the deviants.
I just formed tech. Oh my god!
Like breathing.
Customize your hairline!
Wait, where do you do the...
Oh.
Where are you? Did you push Claire?
He has a fucking machine gun!
Hey, Mary.
Shout out to you, Mary.
I'm talking to the strange woman.
Do it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and hi. Welcome to today's video. Today's video is brought to you by Once Human. Thank you, Once Human, for sponsoring today's video. Once Human is a multiplayer open-world survival game set in a strange post-apocalyptic future. It's a perfect game to unite with friends where you can fight monsters, you can uncover secrets, and you can compete for resources. And you literally build your own territories. Literally, me and Droid and Tezzy had a house building competition. Mine was better, by the way. I don't care what they say. My house was way better. Now, what's coming new with Once Human is they're introducing a new system called Visional Wheels, which change the rules of existing servers to enhance gameplay variety. And the first Visional Wheel, Lunar Oracle, just launched on the 16th of January. And as the blood moon rises, monsters become stronger. You can defeat enemies to recover sanity, XP, and rewards are doubled. Hidden loot crates will appear, giving you a chance to obtain rare deviations. And you can gamble to win. Literally gambling. Oh my god, this game's great. Oh my god. But you'll gain greater yields from gathering, mining, and defeating deviants. So literally, like, lower your sanity, you have a higher chance of dying.
Oh, there's spike strips right here. Y'all see this? What the fuck is this? Wow, these people love exploiting.
Can we help you guys?
Yeah, there's a dude harassing us, and we want to press charges, please. So.
That guy right there, he's been following us.
Yeah, he hit me with his car at least like 17 times.
Yeah,
He needs max time.
Leave.
I had something I needed to talk to you guys about.
He hit 2 of our friends with his car and killed
You got a little bit to leave, or I'm gonna, send you to jail.
I can't make a report. Okay.
Yeah, he's not gonna
What the hell?
See?
Wasn't a very smart idea.
Okay. I think he's a wizard,
not gonna
bro. I think he's a wizard.
That's why we need him in fucking jail. There's no angels in city.
Can we all just relax? Like, holy shit.
Then get the fuck away, bitch. Like, god damn, you're annoying as Get the fuck away.
This all started because y'all shot me first. I just want to point that out.
Because you don't die. Like, off.
I did the first time, but then I got body armor.
I'm getting healed. Leave me the fuck alone. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry. It's the car. I can't control. It's the EV. The microchip's bugging out.
But there's no angels in city. I already looked, and like they won't do shit. So like we need him in jail.
Can you stop? Run quick. Run away. Oh, that wasn't smart. Come on, man.
Oh, you won't step outside the V, bro?
I thought you learned from the first time.
Oh, you won't step out? You won't step out, pussy? You won't step out?
You're absolutely right about that. I won't. Because you're trying to handcuff me.
You're a bitch. You're a bitch. Somebody's a bitch. Somebody's a bitch.
They finally sent me to jail, bro. I look like I have a disease. What the hell's going on in here?
They sent the wrong ID to jail.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
I was wondering why I was in here.
I was in the middle of a turf.
Yeah. What's up? Okay, sounds good. All right. You what? You said what? Oh. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, I might sleep in my own bed tonight. I'm alright. No, I haven't been checking my phone. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Alright, love you, bye. Well, I gotta wait a little bit, so 5 minute wait.
This is Jess. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses US Bank Smartly checking and savings, helping her track her spending and grow her money. That's the power of Jess, and this is the power.
It was October 2nd, 1975. Darkness cloaked Imrali Island, home to one of Turkey's most notorious prisons. Inside, Billy Hayes, an American prisoner condemned to decades behind bars, decided tonight would be different. With nothing but a stolen knife and a small wooden boat awaiting, Billy braved freezing seas, armed guards, and his own crippling fear. This is the story of one man's desperate fight for freedom. Prepare yourself, because this escape will leave you speechless. Our story today is about this American man named Billy Hayes. The story of Billy Hayes begins in his teenage years. During that time, Billy tried smoking hashish for the first time in his life. From his first puff, he felt himself falling in love with hash and began smoking it regularly. This brings us to the year 1967. At that time, he was 20 years old and had a close friend named Patrick. Patrick was a writer, a dreamer, and had quite an imagination. Billy and Patrick shared the same inclinations and worldview, so they became very close friends. Billy, who was studying at the university at that time, decided to drop out of college in 1967 at the age of 20. He felt bored with studying and, according to him, wanted to break free in life and explore the world, so he left the university. During that period, he needed some money, so he got a job as an assistant at a local hospital. He worked as a simple assistant with a modest salary. Once, while walking through the hospital, he passed by a room where a person had a broken leg. At that time, the standard method for casting fractures was to bring a roll of bandages containing plaster powder, wet it with water, and place it over the patient's leg in layers. Then the cast would begin to harden and become rigid to hold the leg in place. When Billy saw this method, he thought at that moment that it was an easy technique that he could do himself. So this thing, casts and plaster, stuck in his mind. Shortly afterward, one of Billy's friends returned from Turkey. He had been on a trip to Istanbul and came back with small pieces of hash. At that time, Billy and all his friends were smoking hash, so when Billy tried the Turkish hash, he immediately noticed the difference. It was of much higher quality than what they had in America. Billy asked his friend where he got the hash and what had happened during his time in Turkey. His friend told him that hash was sold openly on the streets of Istanbul and that anyone could get it easily. So he bought some, put it in his bag like it was nothing, got on a plane, and came back to the United States. Back then, flying was very casual, like taking a bus or public transport. There were no thorough searches, and it was common for people to smuggle prohibited items onto planes with ease. That's why airplane hijackings used to happen. People could even smuggle weapons on board. So smuggling a bit of hash onto a plane was one of the easiest things to do. So after Billy learned this information and found out that this high-quality Turkish hash was readily available in Istanbul, he started thinking, why don't I do it myself? Why don't I go to Istanbul and get some hash? He connected this idea with the cast he had seen at the hospital. He put the two ideas together. The idea of getting hash from Istanbul and the idea of using a cast on his leg to smuggle the hash inside it. Billy says that his main goal wasn't to make money. His goal was the adventure itself. He wanted to do something new with his life, especially after dropping out of university. In 1969, when he was 22 years old, Billy took his first trip to Istanbul, Turkey. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, the first people he saw were taxi drivers. He spotted one who looked young and asked him about the Sultanahmet area, a well-known historic district in Istanbul. The taxi driver immediately figured out what Billy was really looking for and asked him, hashish.
Both Fizz
Taxi
and
drivers
Neferi are
usually know
banned.
what
That's
tourists are after
ridiculous.
just by looking at them. And from Billy's looks and the way he spoke, the driver could tell he was American and that he'd come looking for hash. Billy answered, yes, hashish. So the driver told him, come on, and Billy got in the cab. The driver took Billy to his house. Billy hung out there. They served him tea and Turkish delight, and he even played with the driver's kids and got to know his wife and family. Later, the driver came back with some hash and let Billy try it. And from the very first puff, Billy knew this was exactly what he came for, top quality stuff. Then the driver asked him how much he wanted. Billy said, a kilo or two, if you've got it. The driver said, all right, and went off, then came back with 2 kilos and told him, that'll be $300. Of course, $300 back then wasn't a small amount. It would be equivalent to around $1,500 today. Still, it was an amazing deal, very cheap for 2 kilos of hash. So Billy happily paid the $300, took the 2 kilos with him, and headed to the hotel he had booked before. Billy had brought with him the materials he was going to use to make the cast on his leg. He had brought plaster bandages and all that stuff. So right away, he started working on it. The first thing he did was use adhesive tape to secure the bags of hash to his leg.
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself if what you're doing in your life right now.
Kept taping the bags over and over to make sure they were firmly attached. He had to be sure they wouldn't move. Then he moved on to the second step, which was covering his leg with a plaster cast. He took the plaster bandages, soaked them in water, and started wrapping them around his leg in layers. The idea was that once the plaster hardened, it would hold the bags of hash even more securely to his leg. Once Billy finished setting the cast, he spent the night at the hotel. The next morning, he checked the cast and found it had hardened nicely and was holding firm. With that, everything was ready for the return trip. Billy left the hotel and took a taxi to the airport, walking with a cast on his leg. He didn't even need to fake a limp. The cast was so heavy and bulky, and with everything hidden inside it, It made him limp whether he wanted to or not, and that actually helped him play the part very naturally. When Billy reached airport security, he handed over his passport and got ready to be searched in case they decided to check him. Sure enough, the officers took his bags and quickly rummaged through them. They looked inside briefly, then closed them up and handed them back, telling him he was free to go. Just like that, Billy passed through airport security and got on the plane. With 2 kilos of hash strapped to his leg, the plane landed at JFK Airport in New York. He got off the plane, and this is where the fear really kicked in. He knew that if he got caught with all that hash, he'd be facing serious prison time. Billy picked up his luggage from the baggage carousel and managed to pass through customs and security without any issues. He started walking toward the exit gate. So far, everything was going smoothly. But then came the problem he never saw coming. As he was walking, Billy started to realize that pieces of his cast were falling to the ground. It was as if the cast was crumbling, and with every step, he was leaving a trail behind him. The plaster pieces were breaking off and dropping onto the floor. The most likely reason was that the bags of hash hidden inside the cast had caused clumps, so the bandages and plaster hadn't set or bonded together properly. That's when Billy started to feel scared. He felt like any officer or security agent could notice something was off with his cast. So he tried to walk faster to get out of the airport. But the faster he walked, the more the cast crumbled and broke apart. That was the scariest moment for him during this whole adventure.
Damn.
Luckily, no one noticed. No one stopped him, and he managed to get out of the airport without any problems. His plan worked. He made it to the US with 2 kilos of hash, and in that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. He felt like the smartest person in the world because he had planned, executed, and succeeded. Right after returning from Turkey, Billy started selling the hash he'd brought back in small portions. The product was top-notch, highly sought after in the market. At first, he sold to his friends, then his friends told their acquaintances, and more customers started showing up. Everyone loved that hash, and he kept selling and selling until he ran out of stock in less than a week. And get this, he bought the 2 kilos of hash for $300 and sold them for $5,000. That's insane profit. If we adjust for today's money, that's closer to $30,000. But since Billy had been broke for so long, when he suddenly had all that cash, he blew through it in just a few months on parties, trips, and messing around. And when the money ran out, he said, "Okay, time for the second trip. The first one worked, so why not do it again?" In October of the same year, 1969, Billy returned to Istanbul once again. There he met up with his friend, the taxi driver. They greeted each other and went straight to the driver's house. Billy bought 2 kilos of hash from him again. At first, Billy considered buying more, but of course, the more he bought, the harder it would be to smuggle. So he decided to play it safe, not take any risks, and stick with just the 2 kilos. But this time, he wasn't planning to use the same method as before. The cast was a bit too suspicious, and the issue with the lumps would have come up again if he used the same trick. So Billy decided to try a new method. He taped the bags of hash around his stomach and chest, then wore a loose winter coat over them. Billy was skinny, so even after taping the hash around his body and putting on the coat, he still looked normal. Nothing about him suggested he was hiding anything under his clothes. Of course, he was a bit nervous, but he decided to go through with
This dude.
He headed to the airport, and just like the last time, they took his bags, gave them a light inspection, and let him through. No one checked his clothes, and no one suspected he was smuggling hash on his body. Airport security back then was extremely lax. There were no scanners or x-ray machines, and no one really searched people's clothes or bodies. Billy boarded the plane and flew back to New York. Once again, he passed through security and customs without anyone checking his clothes. He sold the hash he brought, and this time, he even raised the price and made more money. For the next few months, he lived off the money he made. But after 6 months, the money ran out again. In April 1970, Billy took his third trip to Istanbul. Just like before, he smuggled 2 kilos of hash and managed to return to New York to sell it to his clients. By then, he had full confidence in this smuggling operation. It had become his main source of income and his way of life. Whenever he ran out of money, he'd simply go back to Istanbul, smuggle 2 kilos of hash, and sell them. But between his third and fourth trips to Istanbul, major events unfolded in the Middle East, specifically in September 1970. That particular month was later dubbed Black September by the Arabs. And it truly lived up to the name. Tragic events took place, especially in the Jordan and Palestine region. We won't dive into the details of those events, but what's relevant to our story is that during this time, armed groups hijacked several airplanes, flew them to the desert, and blew them up in front of cameras. Of course, the planes were empty, no passengers on board. But the point is, security across the Middle East, particularly around aviation, was extremely unstable during that period. With the rising number of hijackings and people smuggling weapons onto planes, airport security started tightening up. Billy knew that his next trip would come with greater risks. Turkey and Istanbul weren't directly involved in the events, but they were still part of the region, and there was a chance that airport security would be ramped up. Still, Billy was confident, overconfident. In fact, he'd done it 3 times already, so he was sure he could pull it off a 4th time. His arrogance blinded him, so he went ahead and did the same thing. He met up with his friend, the taxi driver, went to his house, picked up 2 kilos of hash, taped them to his body, put on loose clothes, and headed to the airport once
And
again,
best of support?
ready to fly back. Of course, this time, Billy was going to try to be more careful, so when he entered the airport, the first thing he did was stand back and watch from a distance, observing the people going through security and customs, and seeing what procedures they were going through. Right away, he saw that everything looked normal. Security was checking travelers' bags quickly and letting them pass. No one was being body searched or having their clothes inspected, so Billy assumed everything was fine and that he could pass through like usual, just like everyone else. He went to customs, handed them his passport and bags. They stamped the passport and checked his luggage briefly. Just like the other travelers, they let him through and directed him toward the plane. Billy was happy. Everything was going smoothly as usual. But after they passed through security and inspection, they were put on a bus, the one meant to take them to the plane. Billy found it a bit odd, since normally they would board the plane directly through the passenger bridge, the one that connects the terminal straight to the plane. But this time, they had decided to transport them by bus. In any case, Billy didn't think too much of it. After all, getting to the plane by bus is something that happens sometimes. While they were on their way to the plane, an older woman sat down next to him and started talking to him about her life, her son, how she ended up here, and what brought her. Billy nodded and pretended to listen, even though he didn't really care about what she was saying. But as the bus got closer to the plane, that's when the shock hit. Something Billy hadn't seen coming at all. Billy, when he glanced out the bus window, was surprised to see a number of soldiers and officers standing in front of the airplane stairs. It looked like they were planning to search the passengers before they boarded. Billy started to realize what was going on. The recent events in the region had clearly put the security forces on high alert, tightening their procedures. They didn't want any weapons.
Didn't have flash right there, otherwise he was dead. It's all
This
good.
was the worst case scenario for Billy.
Really
Something
wanted
he never
that.
expected. If the search had been at the airport gate, he could have seen it from a distance and backed off. But now the inspection was right at the airplane door, and he was already on the bus with the other passengers. It was too late to turn back. Sure enough, the bus stopped, and the passengers started getting off one by one. Billy sat frozen in his seat, unsure of what to do. The only solution that came to his mind was to somehow stay on the bus, maybe go back with it. The idea he came up with was to pretend he had lost his passport and get down on the floor as if he were searching for it under the seats.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, the passengers had gotten off, and the officers had indeed started searching them, thoroughly checking their bags, bodies, and clothing. This was a disaster for Billy, so he stayed.
Well, that's a disaster for Ambessa.
Pretending to look for his passport. But just then, the annoying old lady who had been sitting next to him on the bus asked what he was doing. He told her he was looking for his passport. She pointed to his pocket and said, "Your passport is in your pocket." The edge of the passport was sticking out. Billy replied, "Thank you." For her, she helped him. But in fact, she had ruined the whole plan. To make things worse, there was a soldier standing at the front of the bus calling out, "Come on, move it." And because of that woman who blew his cover, Billy had no choice but to get up and leave the bus like everyone else. He couldn't stay hidden under the seats.
Choose to lean into it. Every Mazda is engineered to give you effortless control.
I'll wake up. Any longer. Of course, at that moment, Billy was extremely nervous. He knew he'd be exposed if they searched him, so he started scanning the area, trying to analyze his options. People were lined up in two queues, one on the right and one on the left. First, the officers would take their bags and search them. Then they'd search their clothes and bodies. Once the inspection was done, they'd return their bags and let them pass through to board the plane. Billy kept watching this unfold in front of him, thinking. His only chance was to try to pass through without having his body searched, to act like he'd already been checked and just walk through casually and get on the plane. Even he didn't fully believe the plan would work, but he had no other choice. So he started walking quietly, slipping past the line, trying to take advantage of moments when the officers were busy searching someone else. Step by step, moving slowly, he actually managed to get past the first officer, carrying his bag on his shoulder. Billy took something out of the bag and put it back in, pretending like he'd already been searched. Then he kept walking toward the plane stairs. And that was it. He'd gotten past all the officers, and they were all behind him now. When Billy lifted his foot to climb the airplane stairs, he thought he had pulled off his trick. But at that very moment, just before placing his foot on the first step, one of the officers came up behind him and grabbed him by the shoulder. The officer started talking to him in broken English, asking, "Where you go?" Billy was obviously nervous and pointed to another officer, saying, "That officer already searched me." The officer holding him looked him up and down suspiciously, then turned to the other officer Billy had pointed to and called out to him, asking, "Did you search this guy?" The colleague looked at them and replied, "No, I didn't search him." At that point, Billy felt the grip on his shoulder tighten. The officer was now even more suspicious and immediately told him, "Hands up." Billy raised his hands, feeling defeated. This was it. He was about to be exposed. The officer started searching his body and clothes.
That was too fucking clean, bro. Oh my god, that was so nice.
Right where the bags of hash were hidden, he should have felt them. But the officer kept going down and passed right over the stash without saying a word. In that moment, Billy felt a flicker of relief, even a bit of joy. Maybe his loose jacket really did its job, kept the officer from noticing anything, especially since the bags were all pretty small. The officer kept searching, then went back up and started frisking him again from the top. And then suddenly, he froze. He'd felt something under the jacket. The officer looked Billy in the eye, visibly tense, then stepped back quickly, drew his gun, and shouted to his fellow soldiers, "Bomba! Bomba!" meaning bomb. Instantly, all the soldiers around them pulled out their weapons and aimed at Billy. Billy just stood there, frozen, hands still in the air. In that moment, he feared the worst, that they might shoot him right then and there. He didn't move a muscle. He didn't want to give them any reason to open fire, especially with how on edge they all seemed. The officer slowly stepped forward and lifted Billy's jacket to reveal the bomb. But instead, he found only a bunch of small hash bags. He turned to his team and said, "Hashish, hashish." At that, everyone let out a breath of relief and lowered their weapons. Everyone except Billy, of course. He knew this was just the beginning of the nightmare. This was the moment that would change his life forever. The airport officers handed Billy over to the police, and the police took him to a prison in Istanbul called Bayrampaşa Prison. The first thing they did was shave his head completely. Then they put him into one of the prison wards. This prison was a different kind of place. The ward was made up of several cells, and the inmates managed things themselves inside the ward. The guards usually didn't enter the ward. Instead, they assigned one or more prisoners to oversee the cells and the rest of the inmates in that ward. So the prisoner who had been put in charge by the guards led Billy to his cell. He even had the cell keys. Just imagine, a prisoner with keys to the cells. We'll call this prisoner the responsible inmate. He took Billy into his cell, and the cell was freezing. Of course, October is a cold month, and there was no heating or any source of warmth. Worse still, the bed was just
Finally
a metal
died.
frame. No mattress, no blanket. The entire cell was just stone and metal, and everything inside was cold. Billy asked the responsible inmate, "Is it possible to get a blanket?" The inmate told him, No, there's nothing. Just go to sleep." Communication was difficult too. Turks rarely spoke English, and when they did, it was broken English, so that alone was a barrier. But Billy noticed something. When the responsible inmate closed the cell door, he didn't lock it, even though he had the keys. Maybe the lock was broken, or maybe the inmate didn't feel like digging through the dozens of keys he had just to find the one for Billy's cell. Either way, he didn't lock the door. After the prison guard left, Billy heard a voice coming from the cell next to his. Someone was calling out to him.
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Granger for professional-grade products and next-day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Saying, hey, can you hear me?" Billy moved closer to the cell door and tried to make out what his neighbor was saying, but the words weren't clear. He looked left and right, and when he saw that no one was in the hallway outside his cell, he reached out, opened his cell door, and headed to the neighboring cell, the one the man calling him was in. As he got closer, the man handed him a wooden stick with a metal hook at the end and said, "Take it, take it." Billy was confused. He didn't understand what was going on. Why did this guy have a stick like that inside his cell? And of course, like we mentioned, communication was tough. Almost no one there spoke English well. But Billy managed to understand that the man was telling him there were blankets in another cell at the end of the hallway, and he was giving him the stick so he could go and grab some for the both of them. Billy still couldn't fully process what was happening, but he needed a blanket. So he took the stick and headed toward the cell his neighbor had pointed to. Of course, the whole place was dark, and he could barely see in front of him. Billy reached the cell where the blankets were kept, but the door was locked. So through the bars, he stretched out the stick to pull the blankets toward him, and he quickly managed to grab 2 blankets and head back to his cell. Naturally, he gave one blanket to his neighbor, then quickly returned to his own cell, covered himself with his blanket, and threw himself onto the metal bed. He was so exhausted that as soon as he closed his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. But during that time, the inmate in charge, the one the guards had assigned to manage the ward, seemed to be walking through the corridor. Maybe he liked playing the role of a guard, checking on the other prisoners, when he passed by Billy's cell and saw him sleeping and covered with a blanket. He got angry and stormed into the cell, shouting. Billy woke up startled and confused. The inmate in charge tried to snatch the blanket from him by force, but Billy resisted and held on tight. They started tugging at the blanket, each trying to pull it away from the other. Billy got furious, thinking to himself, why is he trying to take the blanket? It's just a blanket, and no one was even using it. While they were still struggling over it, Billy clenched his fist and punched the inmate right in the face. The guy started yelling at him, but he was speaking in Turkish, so Billy had no idea what he was saying. The inmate quickly ran out of the cell, and moments later, he came back with 2 prison guards. The guards grabbed Billy and dragged him out of the cell. In that moment, Billy felt terrified. He had no idea what they were going to do to him. They pulled him out of the ward and took him down to one of the prison's basements. He didn't even know where he was anymore. Inside the basement, there was a rope hanging from a pulley. The guards threw Billy to the ground, grabbed his legs, tied them to the rope, and pulled it tight until he was hanging upside down. That's when it hit Billy. This was clearly a punishment room, a disciplinary chamber. Then a third guard showed up, a huge, heavy-set man. Later, Billy would find out his name was Hamid. Hamid was the head of the prison guards, and he carried a thick baton. He raised it and started beating Billy's legs. Billy screamed and begged, no, please. But Hamid showed no mercy. He kept hitting and hitting and hitting, while Billy cried out in pain. Billy didn't know exactly how long he was beaten in that basement, but when they finally took him back to his cell, he couldn't walk at all. They had to drag him. Even in the days that followed, he could barely place his feet on the ground to walk. Billy was a 23-year-old man who had never been in prison before. Naturally, being in such a place was a shock. He had to quickly learn how to adapt and survive in this harsh new reality. He needed to know when to speak and when to stay silent, when to stand his ground, and when to stay calm. He had to understand the rules of this world. But the worst part was that he was in a foreign country. Communication was incredibly difficult. He could barely find anyone who understood him. Over the next few days, he learned from the prison administration that he would soon be put on trial. They gave him a chance to contact someone from the outside. Of course, back in 1970, international phone lines weren't available to the general public, so calling his family in America wasn't an option. His only choice was to write a letter. So he wrote to his father, explaining his situation and the crisis he was in. He felt deeply ashamed of the mess he had caused and didn't even know what to say or how to explain it. He knew the news would bring his family great pain. Sadness, shame, and hopelessness weighed heavily on him. But he had no other choice. He had no one else to turn to but them. In any case, even though his father was clearly angry and frustrated at the news, he traveled to Istanbul within a week of receiving the letter to see his son. He met Billy in prison with open arms. He even brought the American consul in Istanbul with him. Billy, though happy to see his father, also wished the ground would swallow him up from the embarrassment he felt. The three of them, father, son, and consul, sat together as Billy began to explain in detail what had happened. A few days after that meeting, Billy was sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison. The sentence was actually expected. In fact, it was considered light for someone caught trying to smuggle drugs. Fortunately, the lawyer hired by Billy's father argued successfully that the amount in his possession was too small to classify him as a drug smuggler. As a result, he was charged with possession of hash or illegal substances, not trafficking. And that, in itself, was a huge relief. If he'd been tried as a trafficker, the sentence would have been much harsher. So, 4 years and 2 months was a decent sentence under the circumstances. But still, we're talking about a 23-year-old young man. It's heartbreaking to think of him spending 4 years of his youth behind bars. Faced with that reality, Billy was left with 2 options. He could accept his fate and try to cope, or he could try to escape. Of course, Billy still had trouble communicating because of the language barrier. So, over the following months, He spent a lot of his time learning Turkish, picking up a word here, a word there, and little by little, he managed to learn the language and was eventually able to communicate better with the other inmates. During that time, many of the prisoners would talk about the idea of escaping. What are the possible ways out? Where could someone go? How can you avoid getting caught? There were all kinds of discussions going on around this topic. Some of the inmates even had maps of Istanbul, and they would constantly talk about the train line that connected Istanbul to Greece. There was this one specific spot where the train would cross into Greece, and the idea was that someone could jump off the train there and end up in Greece instead of staying in Turkey. So the prisoners would toss around these kinds of escape ideas using that train route. But of course, it was all just talk. Actually, pulling it off was a whole different story. Escaping wasn't easy at all, especially since this prison was heavily guarded. This wasn't a regular prison. This was where they put the worst of the worst. Killers, rapists, drug traffickers, so the security was extremely tight. What made things even worse was that there were constant problems inside the prison itself. Fights, conflicts, and violence between inmates were a regular thing. And sometimes, things would escalate into bloody confrontations. Some prisoners had knives or sharp tools, and would ambush their enemies and stab them. There was also this strange, well-known thing in Turkish prisons, stabbing someone in the buttocks. It wasn't meant to be a deadly stab, so it wouldn't escalate the situation too much, but it was still physically and psychologically painful. It was a form of humiliation, a way to insult the enemy. Days and months passed, and a year and a half went by with Billy still in prison. During all that time, the idea of escaping never left his mind. He was always thinking about how he could pull it off. During that period, Billy learned about a place called Bakırköy Psychiatric Hospital, which was like a mix between a prison and a mental health institution, where they sent criminals with psychological disorders. According to Turkish law, if you're diagnosed as both mentally ill and a criminal, they send you there. Billy had heard from his fellow inmates that escaping from the psychiatric facility was easier. The security wasn't as tight as the regular prison. That's when Billy started crafting his plan. He would try to convince them that he was mentally ill so they'd transfer him to the psychiatric hospital. There, he believed escaping would be much easier. But breaking out of the facility wasn't the hardest part. The real challenge was what came after. How would he get out of Turkey? That's where Billy's close friend Patrick, whom we mentioned earlier, came in. Patrick would occasionally travel to Istanbul to visit Billy in prison. During one of those visits, Billy told Patrick about his plan to escape from the psychiatric hospital. He felt free to talk because, even though the guards were standing nearby,
Jesus,
they
bro.
didn't understand English, so he spoke openly. He explained that he would try to convince the administration that he was mentally unstable, so they'd
Can't do anything with this Quinn, bro.
where escape would be easier. Patrick supported the idea and told Billy he'd help. The two friends agreed that once Billy escaped, Patrick would be waiting for him in a car, and then they would head from Turkey to Greece. But for the plan to succeed, they needed documents and IDs that would help them cross the border. So they divided the tasks. Patrick's job was to somehow get fake IDs, while Billy's task was to convince the prison administration that he was mentally ill. Billy thought his mission was super easy. Over the next few days, he started acting completely insane, doing weird things, screaming out of nowhere at the guards and other inmates, and saying random, incoherent stuff. Eventually, he was brought before a panel of 3 psychiatrists for evaluation. Billy kept up the act and delivered a performance worthy of an Oscar. He played the role
I can't do anything, bro.
For example, if one of the doctors started writing something down, Billy would freak out, yelling, "Why is he writing? Why?" Then suddenly he'd jump up and start bouncing around the room. Of course, he had to be careful not to overdo it, so they wouldn't catch on that he was faking. And apparently, he nailed the balance perfectly. In the end, they were convinced he wasn't sane and decided to transfer him to a psychiatric prison under observation. It wasn't a permanent transfer, just a temporary one for them to monitor his behavior and confirm his mental state. The important thing is, Billy got exactly what he wanted. He made it into the psychiatric prison. Now he just had to wait for his friend Patrick to prepare the fake documents and IDs so they could kick off the escape plan. But the moment Billy stepped into the psychiatric prison, he realized this place was madness in every sense of the word. He'd been so focused on escaping, he never stopped to think what the inside of a psychiatric prison would actually be like. And this place, it lived up to its name. The inmates were in a terrifying state, completely gone. Some were screaming, others were just wandering aimlessly. Some stood there staring at the ceiling, totally disconnected from reality. But what made it worse was that these people weren't just mentally ill, they were also criminals. Murderers, rapists, seriously dangerous individuals. These inmates were a mix of madness and crime, and that's what made them truly dangerous. It was a cocktail no one in their right mind would want to be around. One of the inmates kept following Billy everywhere, pointing at him and repeating, "Cigarette, cigarette," trying to get one from him. This guy was glued to Billy 24/7, constantly pestering him to the point Billy lost his patience. Another inmate pretended to be a judge. He'd act like he was in a courtroom, putting other inmates on trial, and they'd go along with it. They'd stand before him and pretend to cry when he sentenced them. They were all living in their own little performance. A different group would just circle around a pillar in the middle of the room, walking around it with no purpose at all. Every corner of this place had someone more deranged than the last. At that moment, Billy started doubting his entire plan. He wasn't even sure he could survive in a place like this. It was by far the craziest place he'd ever seen in his life. But at least there was one silver lining. The escape would definitely be easier from here than anywhere else. When Billy first saw the walls of that prison, or rather, the hospital, he noticed that they were low, with cracks and uneven edges at the top. It wouldn't be hard at all to climb over them when the right opportunity came along. Even the security wasn't that tight, and there weren't many guards, since the place was primarily a hospital before it was ever turned into a prison. So now, all he had to do was wait for his friend Patrick to complete his mission. As we mentioned, Patrick's mission was to get Billy a fake ID and forge documents so he could cross the border. Patrick had managed to bring a decent amount of money with him from the US. The money was meant to be used to obtain those fake documents for his friend. Of course, to get that done, Patrick had to reach out to people with experience in that field. In other words, people from the criminal world. Time passed. Then one day, Billy received a letter in prison. It was from his father, but inside was a devastating shock. His father wrote that Patrick had been found dead in his hotel room in Istanbul. He had a knife stabbed into his chest. In order to get Billy the forged documents, Patrick had to deal with criminals. These criminals found out he had money, and instead of fulfilling his request in exchange for cash, they decided to kill him and take the money. Billy was struck with immense shock. He felt like it was all his fault. If he hadn't tried to smuggle hash, if he hadn't ended up in prison, if he hadn't planned to escape, if he hadn't asked Patrick for help, his friend wouldn't have died like that. The guilt was overwhelming. Those were the thoughts running through Billy's head at the time, and he felt like the moment he got that news was the worst moment of his life, even worse than being arrested, worse than anything he had experienced in prison. He felt responsible for the death of his closest friend. Dark thoughts began to consume Billy. His family was suffering because of him. His friend had literally died because of him. And now he was stuck in a madhouse surrounded by lunatics with no purpose. At that moment, he genuinely wished he could become one of them. He could lose his mind and go crazy just to forget everything he was going through. So he started circling around the pillar like the other inmates, acting mad like them. At that point, he truly felt like his spirit had been broken, and any idea of escaping prison completely left his mind. About a month later, his observation period in the mental hospital ended. After another evaluation by the psychiatrists, this time he didn't pretend to be crazy. He was calm and spoke to them with full mental clarity. The result: he wasn't insane. So they decided to transfer him back to the original prison. And that's exactly what happened. He went back to the old prison and made up his mind to serve out the rest of his sentence quietly and with full acceptance. He had less than 2 years left. He decided he'd finish them in prison and get out. Billy wasn't ready to let anyone else suffer because of him ever again. It was enough that his friend had died, and that he had already brought so much pain to his family. The days passed slowly in prison, but they did pass. Day after day, week after week, month after month, and Billy counted each one. He had a calendar, and every day he crossed out a date until he was almost at the end. Only 54 days left, about 2 months. That day, the American consul in Istanbul came to visit him in prison. At first, Billy was excited. He told himself maybe they were going to release him early. But as soon as he walked into the visitation room and saw the consul's face, he immediately knew something was wrong. The consul looked grim, not a trace of happiness on his face. That expression instantly made Billy uneasy. The consul was definitely bringing bad news, and Billy's mind immediately went to his family. Maybe someone had gotten hurt, or had an accident, or worse, died. Billy sat down with the consul, and the shock hit hard. The consul told him that the Turkish Supreme Court had changed his sentence. Billy felt the world spin around him. He asked, "What do you mean they changed it?" The consul explained that initially, the court in Istanbul had sentenced him for possession of hash. But now, the Supreme Court had changed the charge to drug smuggling. They had tried to convince them to reconsider, but it was clear they had no intention of going back on their decision. The new sentence would be no less than 30 years, and could even be life in prison. Billy was stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. How could his sentence suddenly turn into life in prison? Just moments ago, he was counting down to his release in 2 months, and now this. He couldn't wrap his head around it. In the end, the consul apologized and told him that neither he nor the lawyer could change the decision. Billy returned to his cell, not even knowing what to feel. The level of despair and rage he felt was overwhelming. His hands trembled, and he cried. He felt like he was going to explode from the pain. And right then, the thought of escape came back to him. There was no other option. There was no way he could spend the rest of his life there without fighting back. Some time later, the official ruling came from the Supreme Court. 30 years, just like the consul said. They gave him the minimum sentence. But to Billy, 30 years or life was the same. It made no difference. Along with the ruling came an order to transfer him to another prison. Indeed, Billy was sent to a place called Imrali, which was also the name of the island it was on. A small, isolated island with nothing but that prison. The whole island was basically a prison, like Alcatraz. Although Imrali was considered a high-security prison, it actually didn't have tall walls or extreme security measures. The sea that surrounded the island was the wall, the barrier that stopped anyone from even thinking about escape. If a prisoner tried to swim across, it was basically a death sentence. The vast sea was impossible to cross by swimming. The sea itself was the most powerful security measure. Imagine, in this prison, inmates were actually allowed to walk around the island. It was a semi-open prison. Of course, there were guards, procedures, and cell blocks, but the place was more like a labor camp than a detention facility. It felt more like a small town or a work camp where prisoners carried out jobs. At the center of the island, there was a canning factory where the inmates worked. Billy, when he arrived at this prison, was actually happy they transferred him there. Just the freedom of movement they gave the prisoners was a major upgrade. At the time, he thought that even if the island was surrounded by the sea on all sides, as long as there was some freedom to move around, he'd eventually find a way to escape, sooner or later. This prison, as we mentioned, was a labor camp. Boats would arrive at the island loaded with all kinds of agricultural goods, vegetables, fruits, and the prisoners were the ones who unloaded them and carried them to the factory located in the center of the island. Inside the factory, their job was to can the produce. That was the main work assigned to the inmates. Billy noticed that the boats carrying the produce also had small wooden dinghies attached to them. These wooden boats were packed with produce when they arrived, but they returned empty. Billy spent a long time observing these boats, how the produce was unloaded, and every little detail, because in his mind, the boats were his only real shot at escaping. So he focused all his attention on them. He noticed that as soon as the boats docked and the unloading was done, they immediately left. They never stayed on the island. On top of that, during the unloading process, the security was tight. Guards closely monitored both the inmates and the process itself, meaning there was no chance to sneak aboard during unloading. Over time, Billy began to lose hope in the boat plan. He couldn't find any loophole that would allow him to get on one. But on one particular day, October 2nd, 1975, Billy noticed a storm was approaching. The clouds were gathering in the sky. The sea was getting rough, and the wind was picking up. That evening, he noticed something different. The boats stayed put even after unloading their goods. He even saw the boatmen dropping anchor to secure them in place. And of course, that made sense. If there's a storm at sea, the boats would logically remain docked on the island. Billy's eyes were fixed on the small wooden dinghies tied to the larger boats, now empty after unloading. And once the idea sparked in his mind, he couldn't shake it. He knew he had to try escaping that night, because who knows when he'd get another chance. That night really was going to be Billy's escape night. October 2nd, 1975. Like we said before, this island prison didn't have high walls. It was made up of a bunch of old buildings, kind of like castles, that had been repurposed into a prison. They built some watchtowers around the island and converted some of the buildings into barracks and guard rooms. One of the buildings was turned into a canning factory, where they placed canning machines and other equipment. Some buildings were turned into inmate dorms, large rooms that each held 30 to 40 prisoners, more like a housing complex than a typical prison. Every night, there was a prisoner roll call. They'd call out the names to make sure everyone was present. After that, lockdown started, meaning no prisoners were allowed to walk around, and they were expected to go to their beds and sleep until the next morning. But that night, after the guards finished the evening count, Billy lay in bed for a while, turning from side to side. Once he was sure the guards had left and things had quieted down, he got out of bed. But before moving, he reached under his mattress and pulled out a piece of cloth. Inside that cloth was a small knife he had stolen from the factory some time earlier. He'd wrapped it in the cloth and hidden it under his bed. He got down from the bed, took the knife, and slipped out through one of the room's windows. The windows and doors weren't really locked. As previously mentioned, the place felt more like a camp than a proper prison. Once outside the window, he already knew the route he was going to take. First, he headed toward the big garbage bins near the factory.
When your question is actually a bunch of questions.
When's the best time this weekend to host a backyard barbecue?
Where they used to throw away fruit and vegetable peels after the canning process. Billy hid next to those bins for a while to observe the area. The guards did nighttime patrols, but they weren't very frequent. There were also guards in the watchtowers, and they had big spotlights that they would shine on different areas. Billy had memorized their routine and knew exactly where they usually pointed the lights, so he was confident he could avoid them easily. The most important thing was not to accidentally run into a guard along the way. Billy fixed his eyes on the dock where the boats were moored and started getting ready to move toward it. He checked everything around him and made sure the path was clear, then headed straight out. He kept walking slowly and cautiously until he reached the rocks leading to the shore. There was a rocky ledge that led down to the coastline. From there, he started crawling across the sand toward the sea. This was the most exposed spot in his entire plan. If one of the guards happened to shine a light on him, they'd spot him instantly. So he tried crawling as fast as he could to reach the water. He finally made it, but the water was freezing. He'd expected that, of course, but it still shocked him. He began swimming toward the dock, and the boats tied up there, keeping his eyes locked on one specific boat, the one closest to him. When he finally reached it, he grabbed on and pulled himself aboard, collapsing on the deck as he tried to catch his breath. His body was shaking uncontrollably from the cold and the fear. His adrenaline was through the roof, though, which helped him recover quickly. He got to his feet and pulled out the small knife he had, using it to cut the rope tying the small wooden boat to the larger one. But just as he was cutting the rope, he suddenly heard a window above him open from the larger boat. He immediately ducked down, curled up as tightly as he could, and hid in the small boat. Above him, someone stuck their head out of the window. It was the owner of the boat, literally right above him. If the man had just looked down, he would have seen Billy instantly. Billy froze in place, trying not to make the slightest move so he wouldn't draw any attention. The man suddenly spat into the sea, then after a moment, went back inside. Billy heard the window shut. He waited there for a bit, maybe a minute or two, and once he was sure the coast was clear, he got back to work. He took out the knife again and kept sawing at the rope until it finally snapped. Instantly, the small boat drifted away from the larger one, carried by the waves. Billy grabbed the oars and started rowing, moving farther and farther away from the island. All his focus was on rowing. He rowed and rowed and rowed until it suddenly hit him. He was completely away from the island. And in that moment, despite how exhausted and drained he was, Billy was overwhelmed with joy. For the first time in 5 years, he truly felt free. But that feeling didn't last long. Billy quickly realized he was lost, floating in the middle of a vast sea, with no idea which direction to go. From the maps he'd seen back in the old prison, Billy knew that Imrali Island Prison was located right here. The closest shore was in a province called Persa. He didn't have an exact sense of direction, but based on the maps, he tried to estimate where south was. That was the direction that would lead him to the coast. He was going purely off instinct. Even though he was exhausted and worn out, the adrenaline pumping through him gave him the strength to keep rowing. He kept telling himself he would row until he either reached the shore or died. There was no third option. Billy kept rowing and rowing across that vast sea, and finally, at dawn, he started to see the coastline from a distance. That gave him an extra push, and he began rowing even harder until he finally reached the shore. In that moment, Billy felt victorious. Just escaping from prison and making it all this way on his own was a huge accomplishment in itself. As he walked on the sand, Billy felt true freedom for the first time in 5 years. But he knew he had to keep moving if he wanted to hold on to that freedom. The prison guards would definitely have discovered his escape by now, because there's a morning head count for the inmates, so he had to get as far away as possible before word spread and the search for him began. Billy was now on the coast of Bursa, exactly what he expected, since it's the closest coastline to the prison. Just to be sure, he asked the local people, and they confirmed he was indeed in Bursa province. Luckily, Billy spoke Turkish. Billy took a taxi from the coast to central Bursa, and from there, he caught a public bus heading to Istanbul. Once in Istanbul, he went to a hotel owned by the Hilton Company. Why that specific hotel? Because he had a friend from his previous prison, before the island prison, who had gotten out and was now working there. This friend, by the way, was Afghan, not Turkish. Billy had told him he was planning to escape before being transferred to the island prison, and the friend had offered to help if he succeeded. So Billy came to that hotel hoping his friend could hide him for a few weeks while he figured out his next move. But when Billy arrived and asked about his friend, the hotel staff told him the guy had returned to Afghanistan a while ago. At that moment, Billy felt lost. He had pinned all his hopes on that friend sheltering him. And now that hope was gone. He needed a new plan. Billy was also exhausted, completely drained. So he decided to rent a room at the hotel and get some rest. When he woke up, Billy asked the hotel staff for some maps. He started studying them, trying to figure out a route. His goal was to reach Greece, the closest country to Turkey, especially from Istanbul. Plus, the two countries have a hostile relationship, so if he managed to get to Greece, even if caught, Greece would likely not extradite him back to Turkey. His plan was this: leave Istanbul and head toward a province called Edirne, which is right on the border with Greece. On that border runs a long river called the Maritsa River, which actually serves as the natural boundary between the two countries. If you're on one side, you're in Turkey, cross the river to the other side, and you're in Greece. Billy's goal was to reach that river and cross over to the other side. Billy had indeed reached an area near the river, an open space close to the border. Of course, there were Turkish soldiers monitoring the border, but the number of soldiers wasn't high. After all, this is a long, sprawling border, and there are places where it's hard to install fences, nets, or walls. So there are still open areas under surveillance, but it's difficult to heavily guard them because the border stretches for miles and miles. It would take thousands of soldiers to cover it all. Billy kept watching from a distance, observing the soldiers' movements in that area. There weren't many of them. Just one or two would pass by every now and then. When he saw that the area ahead of him had cleared, he began to move forward. He was in slightly low ground, while the soldiers were walking along a hill or slightly higher ground. So he kept his back low and crept forward little by little. Whenever he saw a soldier getting close to where he was, he'd hide behind a small bush or patch of plants. He kept moving forward like that until the ground dipped even more, like he was going down into a ditch. He almost reached the edge that would lead him back up. Just as he started to climb, about to emerge onto higher ground, he heard footsteps. He immediately froze, lowered his head, and crouched down. Two border guards were walking literally right above him. He hadn't noticed them earlier because he was moving through very low ground, basically like a trench, while they were walking on a path directly above. Just imagine, if he hadn't noticed them at the last second and ducked down to hide, they would have caught him for sure. Billy curled up and froze in place like a rock, silently praying that they wouldn't see him, just like what happened to him on the boat. Luckily, the soldiers kept walking and passed by without noticing. After Billy made sure the soldiers were gone and the path was clear, he climbed out of the trench he was hiding in and quickly began walking toward the other side. There were trees over there, and he kept going deeper and deeper among them. After a little while, he began to hear the sound of water. It was the river. He immediately followed the sound. After walking a bit more, he saw the river ahead, not far off, so he kept going straight toward it. As soon as he reached the riverbank, he threw himself into the water and began swimming to the other side. At that moment, he was terrified the soldiers might spot him, maybe even open fire, but there was no turning back now. It was either freedom or death. Billy kept swimming and swimming until he reached the opposite bank. He got up and began venturing into this new land. He assumed he had made it to Greece. According to the maps and knowledge he had, the other side of the river should be Greek territory. But in truth, he had never been here before, and he didn't really know the place, so he was still afraid he might somehow still be in Turkey. And even if he had reached the Greek side, there were definitely border guards here too, and he had no idea how they'd react if they saw him. So he kept walking, cautiously. He wandered through forests and trees, unsure which direction to take. His head was spinning from confusion and exhaustion. While walking, he didn't notice the small hut
We have
beside
Darius
him.
so behind.
It was actually a military outpost for the border guards. One of the soldiers saw him and was startled. He immediately came out of the hut, pointed his weapon at Billy, and started yelling. Billy instantly raised his hands, but the soldier kept shouting at him. It was clear he was asking something like, "Who are you?" or something similar. That's when Billy realized he didn't understand a word the soldier was saying. And since he could speak Turkish, he knew this was a different language. He concluded he had finally made it to Greece. At that moment, Billy smiled and burst into laughter with his hands still raised. He even dropped to his knees out of pure joy. More soldiers gathered around him while he stayed on the ground laughing, and they looked at him in confusion. Billy knew then that he had gained his freedom, but even the Greeks weren't particularly kind. They held him for about 2 weeks and kept interrogating him during that time to if he had any military intelligence about Turkey or anything like that. As we mentioned, there's a long-standing feud and various disputes between Turkey and Greece. But after the questioning was over, and they were sure he didn't know anything, they coordinated with the American authorities and sent him to Frankfurt, Germany. There, the U.S. authorities questioned him again, and after a few days, they allowed him to return to the U.S. on October 24, 1975. When Billy first arrived in New York, there was a huge crowd waiting for him at the airport. His story had gone viral ever since he escaped from prison, and a lot of media outlets and journalists were eager to cover it. Of course, front and center among those waiting were his family and his father, who embraced him the moment he saw him. Cameras and reporters were everywhere, and the photos you see here are real images from those moments at the airport. The story kept gaining more and more traction with the American media. Literally, there wasn't a single outlet that didn't cover it. Within just a few days of his return, Billy began appearing in interviews and television shows, sharing his story more and more. People, his friends, family, and those close to him, thought he'd come back traumatized and would need time to recover from the shock he'd been through. But it was quite the opposite. Billy started doing interviews and opening up about everything. He became very public and transparent. At the time, this might have been the most famous story in America. Billy quickly took advantage of the attention and announced, during his very first TV interviews, that he was going to write a book telling his full story. And within less than 2 years, the book Midnight Express was published in 1977. Just 1 year later, in 1978, a movie of the same name, Midnight Express, was released. That film caused a huge stir, as the story was at its peak popularity, and everyone was excited to see it. But the film told the story in a very distorted way. They changed a lot of the details. Even the prison escape was completely rewritten. They didn't mention the island prison or show that he escaped by boat. Instead, the movie depicted him accidentally pulling a guard, stealing his clothes, disguising himself, and walking out of prison. An entirely different version of events. The only thing the movie got right was how it all began. Billy trying to smuggle hash, getting caught at the airport, and being imprisoned in Istanbul. After that, everything about the prison experience was heavily altered. The film also portrayed Turkey in a very negative light. Every Turkish character, whether a guard, judge, lawyer, or prisoner, was shown in a bad way. So when the film became a hit in the US, it actually caused a serious diplomatic crisis between Turkey and America. Billy himself wasn't okay with the way the film was made. He said that during the story, he met many kind Turkish people who treated him well, but the director completely ignored that side and portrayed Turkey and the Turkish people as extremely evil. Believe it or not, the film had such a strong impact that it seriously hurt tourism in Turkey, and that tension lasted for years. We won't go too deep into the details, but even Billy, over the following years, appeared in several interviews and apologized for the image the film portrayed of Turkey and its people. He said he respected the
Your jungle's mine now, bro. You don't get this be in your jungle at all.
over and over throughout the years. In 2007,
Literally took your jungle over and I'm taking mine. And I'm getting all the objectives. Jungle diff. See ya.
to Istanbul. Some of his close friends and even his lawyer advised him not
Play
to
that
go,
fucking off made of shit in the
warning that he
jungle.
might get arrested
Only
for
Volley
it.
Bear can be in the jungle and the top lane at the same
Wanting
time.
to show how truly sorry he was, went ahead and traveled to Istanbul. This time, the news spread quickly across Turkish media. They held a press conference for him, And Billy kept repeating the same message. He apologized for the
She didn't even
mistakes
run. She just accepted her fate.
and the negative
That's
image
crazy.
he gave of Turkey. He said he loved the country and its people. And after that visit, everything became peaceful again. Everyone
See how fast I can clear.
and the whole film incident.
We know Darius is wanting to clear our jungle now,
No one held
so we need to clear fast.
As of now, Billy is still alive and 77 years old. And that brings us to the end of our story. If you enjoyed it,
That's crazy. That story was nuts. He doesn't dare come in my jungle. He knows if he comes in my jungle, he dies. That's how you counteract Darius. Make him really fucking weak. Make him surrender early. Instead of him winning late game. Oh, we Darius. See? Now he dies.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Goofy. You don't get to be in my jungle, bro. I don't know what you don't understand about you don't get to be in my jungle, bro. My KDA was so high, bro. Got it! That's how you take the jungle over. That was crazy. Let's get started. This is the dude that I just versed. Darius just versed. Absolutely smacked him. They surrendered at 15. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, bro? Oh, here we go. Claim 31. Well, okay. Nah, man, you didn't, so I just took it all. I just ran loops on that shit. Couple new icons, new emotes, but I do have ink in here. Yeah. Can't look at them now. Okay, I got my lane. Bro, I was everywhere that you were. Like literally anywhere that you went. I was right there. A lot of counter jungling in that game. I'm gonna be really honest with you. Aurelia was not good. She was cheeks, bro. Yeah, I'm a top laner, dude. But I've played a lot of mid lately. I play jungle. Dude, I know, bro. I was there. I was so much. I was like, I'm sorry, bro. Like, dude, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Like, the amount of like fucking pure horror that I know that you were feeling from me like taking all your fucking camps and then literally meeting you like dude because I remember I cleared two of them and I was on your last one and you came and ran up and you were trying to go to your wolves, bro, and I just fucking just jumped your ass, dude, and you were like, ah, that was boom 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 punch 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 kill and then ran away, dude. Like I know you were shitting your pants when you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck? You had just came from your fucking chickens coming up normal clearing, and I'm sitting there just beating the fuck out of your wolves, dude, and then I start beating the fuck out of you. Oh, man. Dude, I got your ass good that match. That was good. That was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to play top, and then I got autofilled too. So apparently we both got autofilled jungle, but I just ended up picking that volley bear because I seen you went Darius, and I was like, what is this dude playing Darius in the fucking jungle for when I know his clear is slow as hell. I just kept thinking that I know his clear is slow as hell. I know he doesn't have a fast jungle clear. So I'm gonna come over here and fuck his shit up. On this account. LeBear. But we're gonna go into Fury this game. Do it, go Ambessa, please, please. No, 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 Ambessa. Ah! I'm cooked, bro. I could have played Cho'Gath. I could have played Volibear. I forgot I was top. Honestly. I thought I was jungle for a second. I'm not gonna lie. Eat. But let's see what we go here. I know I'm cooked if I take Ignite. I can't kill him, right? And the fairy top can be strong as fuck, dude. It all depends on like how this Cho'Gath plays. Um Like honestly, since we have a Nocturne, but I might be cooked a little bit. We'll see. I can go tank, Neferi, but their team comp is pretty strong. We have a pretty weak team comp. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like this team comp at all. This might be a pretty dangerous game. We might lose this game, but I do think that it's winnable, 100% winnable. Um, but I need to try to like not die to Cho'Gath early. As long as I don't die to Cho'Gath early, I think this game is okay. Um, and then I need to build um either Chainsword or probably Chainsword and Black Cleaver against the Cho'Gath. Probably both of those is gonna because I can go Grievous Wounds with the what's it called, but if I get that other item, then I won't be able to get the Black Cleaver. So if I go Black Cleaver, Chempunk, Chainsword, or however you say that shit, if I get those two items, I'm allowed to get Grievous Wounds, and I'm allowed to stack Armor Pen. So I should be able to do a lot of damage with that to Cho'Gath. And then I should be able to get a Death Stance here. And I'm also getting a Maw of Malmatoris. And then we just might get a fucking like a Death Stance. Death Stance or maybe like a Jack Show. Not 100% sure. I need to basically this game I need to push in lanes and try to push the lane faster than him. I need to roam and try to catch Fiddlesticks on his jungle timers and see if I can catch Tristana off guard when I get my 6. That's my main goal, is to tilt this Tristana. Um if I can tilt Tristana, then the game's basically over. So she's gonna play a big part of the game, like late game. So if I take this focus from top lane, help my Xerath out, maybe come in a little bit from, let's see, probably, yeah, this way. Good luck with Cho? Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. We will see how it goes, bro. This shit definitely is not gonna be fun. Picture's being weird on my other laptop. It's gonna work now. Nah, that's just how big it is. Why is this doing this?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Need me some grog, bro. Top GRAGAS ELO sloppy walrus.
Ever downloaded a mod that completely wrecked your PC? That's why I use WeMod. I've been using WeMod for a long time so that I don't have to grind anymore.
October 18th, 2013. It's a night of celebration in the glamorous resort city of Los Cabos, Mexico. Luxurious beachfront villas glow beneath glittering lights. Music fills the air, champagne flows freely, and elegantly dressed guests mingle without a care, utterly unaware of the sinister shadow moving silently among them. But amid this joyous scene, a masked presence lurks, a figure disguised as a clown, vibrant yet strangely chilling. This isn't an entertainer hired for the party. It's a predator concealed beneath bright colors and painted smiles. He blends effortlessly into the celebration, edging closer to his unsuspecting target, Francisco Rafael Arellano Felix, the former boss of the notorious Tijuana cartel. As laughter echoes around the poolside, the clown reaches Felix and, without hesitation, draws a handgun concealed within his costume. A single, blaring gunshot rips through the festive atmosphere. The music stops. Laughter turns to screams. Felix collapses, the life instantly drained from his stunned face. This is not a random act of violence. It's a ruthless execution, a chilling message to the criminal underworld. The killer behind the mask is Jose Rodrigo Gamboa, better known as El Chino Anthrax. Feared and revered, he is no ordinary assassin, but one of the most infamous hitmen the Mexican cartels have ever known. This is the shocking true story of El Chino Anthrax. Today's story is about a man named Jose Rodrigo Chiga Gamboa, but you might know him better as El Chino Anthrax. How he got that nickname? Well, we'll get into that in just a bit. But first, let's start from the beginning. El Chino was born on July 15, 1980, in Culiacan, Sinaloa. Now, if you've heard of Culiacan, you probably know it's a city infamous for its connection to Mexico's narco-trafficking world. It's a place where crime runs deep and power comes from some very dark corners. But here's the twist. El Chino's early life wasn't like most kids who grow up in places like this. While many are born into poverty and violence, El Chino's childhood was pretty privileged. He wasn't struggling. He came from a wealthy, respected family. His dad was a government official, and his mom, a well-educated, devout housewife. As you can already tell, El Chino's background wasn't exactly the kind you'd expect from someone whose name would eventually be linked to the criminal underworld. His early life didn't point to a dark future, but there was one crucial factor that would ultimately shape El Chino's path, a geographical one. Remember, El Chino grew up in Culiacan, a city infamous for its crime and violence. And as fate would have it, El Chino didn't just grow up in a rough area. He had some pretty shady neighbors. He lived right next door to GRAGAS, a name that holds serious weight in the world of crime, and we'll see just how significant that proximity would become in shaping El Chino's life and future. Now, some of you might not recognize the name Ismael Zambada, better known as El Mayo, so let's break it down. El Mayo is one of Mexico's most powerful and elusive drug lords, and a longtime boss of the infamous Sinaloa cartel. While most people know El Chapo Guzman as the face of the cartel, El Mayo was the man pulling strings from the shadows. Together, they co-founded and co-led the Sinaloa cartel, building it into a criminal empire responsible for drug trafficking, money laundering, and ruthless violence. But after El Chapo was captured, extradited to the U.S., and sentenced to life in prison, El Mayo quietly took over full control. Despite being hunted for decades, he's never spent a day behind bars. Until he got captured on July 25, 2024, when he landed in a private plane at an airport near El Paso, Texas, USA. You've probably heard more about El Chapo because of his flashy escapes and headline-grabbing arrests. El Mayo, on the other hand, preferred silence, operating like a ghost, always present but never seen. Ismael Zambada was known to have many children. Just how many? That remains a mystery, hidden beneath layers of secrecy and shadows. But there were 3 sons who stood out, not just because of their bloodline, but because of their bond with the central figure in today's story, El Chino. There was Vicente Zambada Nibla, better known as El Vicentillo. Then came Ismael Zambada Imperial, El Mayito Gordo, and finally, Serafin Zambada Ortiz, who went by the nickname Sarah. These 3 weren't just sons of a cartel kingpin. They were El Chino's childhood friends. They were all around the same age, and from an early age, they were inseparable. They went to school together, played sports, hung out after class. They grew up side by side. Now, we may never know exactly how much the Zambada boys influenced young El Chino, but one thing is certain. El Mayo didn't keep his sons away from the cartel world. It wasn't just a criminal empire, it was a family business. And El Chino, he was right there in the middle of it. As previously mentioned, El Chino came from a privileged family. He had every opportunity to live a clean, successful life. And even though he was incredibly close to the Zambada brothers, who were already surrounded by the world of organized crime, El Chino never showed any interest in following that path. In fact, what he wanted couldn't have been further from it. He had a dream to become a pilot in the Mexican military. That was the goal. But that dream was cut short before it could even take off. During the physical exam, El Chino was disqualified, not for lack of strength or skill, but because of a skin condition called psoriasis. It's a chronic autoimmune issue that causes red, scaly patches on the skin. Not dangerous, but enough to fail him on medical grounds. So, El Chino had to pivot. With flying out of the picture, he turned his attention to something completely different: architecture. He enrolled in college, ready to build a new future, one brick at a time. While in college, El Chino met a girl. One thing led to another, and before long, they had a daughter. Soon after, they got married. 2 life-changing moments, back to back. And just like that, everything shifted. But not in the way you might hope. With a baby to care for and a wife to support, El Chino had no choice but to drop out of school. Whatever dreams he had of building a future, the right way suddenly felt out of reach. No degree, no job, no real plan. And the weight of being a young father, a husband, and the sole provider, it hit him hard. The bills piled up. The stress mounted. He was drowning before he even had a chance to swim. And in that moment of desperation, when the pressure became too much to bear, El Chino looked back to the only people he knew who never seemed to struggle, his childhood friends, the Zambada brothers. Desperate and out of options, El Chino made a call that would change his life forever. He reached out to his childhood friend, Vicente Zambada Negro, better known as El Vicentino, the oldest son of El Mayo and a rising figure within the Sinaloa cartel. El Chino told El Vicentino straight up. He was broke, struggling, and needed a way out. El Vicentino didn't hesitate. This wasn't just any friend. This was El Chino, the kid he grew up with. So, he helped him the only way he knew how, by opening the doors to the family business, the cartel. At first, El Chino started at the bottom. Small errands, driving shipments, overseeing cargo deliveries. The kind of work that doesn't get you fame or fortune, just trust. And that's exactly what El Chino earned fast. He wasn't just showing up, he was excelling. Precise, reliable, focused. It didn't take long for El Vicentino to notice. And when he did, he made a decision that would pull El Chino even deeper into the underworld. He gave him his first real step into the drug trade. It was during this time that El Chino's true talent began to shine. Not with violence, but with brains. He wasn't just another foot soldier in the game. He was a strategist, a master.
Motherfucker.
El Chino came up with a plan so clever, so seamless, that it fooled even the most watchful eyes at the border. Instead of sneaking drugs through back roads or tunnels, he played a different game.
It's not letting me hit those.
One that
I'm
looked
backing.
completely legal on the surface.
Take it back right now.
He built a network of legitimate businesses, real companies.
We're up by 7 CS. Let's take it back.
On the books, they were just
Take back.
regular Mexican trucking companies shipping
Need lootings
goods
here.
across the border, but hidden inside those shipments. Massive loads of cocaine and marijuana. And the beauty of it, Border Patrol never suspected a thing. Truck after truck rolled into the U.S., each one looking clean, each one fully documented. Meanwhile, tons of drugs were moving in plain sight, hidden behind logos, licenses,
Okay.
and signed manifests.
I wish I had TP right now. I'd go kill all 3 of them.
He made the system work for him. Thanks to his bold and brilliantly executed plan,
Garen's 1-0.
Chino didn't just earn
I'm
respect.
0-0-1.
He jumped the ranks within the Sinaloa cartel almost overnight.
Let's go get this
Word of his sharp
worded up
mind
with the
and
pink
fearless
word.
ambition spread fast, and it wasn't
We have
long
Vision
before it
Prio
caught
now.
the attention of the man at the very top. El Mayo Zambada himself. El Mayo saw something special in El Chino. A spark, a ruthlessness, maybe even a reflection of himself. And when the boss took notice, everything
Good
changed.
damage.
Suddenly, El Chino wasn't just another soldier in the cartel. He was someone. But with power came blood. The deeper he went, the darker things became. El Mayo's
Beating his
approach
fucking
wasn't just a
ass.
compliment. It was a door into a far more dangerous world. And El Chino
We don't have
was
mana.
afraid.
We need to back off.
Whatever innocence he had left,
He does have ult.
if there ever was any,
I can kill him
began
though.
to vanish. He wasn't just following orders anymore. He started choosing the most
Nicely
violent
done.
jobs, volunteering for hits, seeking out the bloodiest tasks, assassinations, torture.
Nice. We got him
Chino
too.
didn't flinch. Maybe
Got the ult.
cartel life
Hang
had
on.
changed him. Or maybe
Can't really
he
make a
simply
play here. I need more
revealed
mana to
what
make
he
a play.
really
I'm gonna
was
go down
all
here and search for something.
By this point in his life, something inside El Chino
Ward
had
along the way.
changed, and not for the better. It was as if he had developed an insatiable thirst for blood. Killing wasn't just part of the job anymore.
Get off.
It became something darker, more personal. He didn't just eliminate enemies.
All right.
He made examples of them.
We have enough mana to hit him with 1 Q. See if I can ult him. E into him. Hit him with W. Q him when he's running away. Ignite.
And hung them from public bridges with chilling
Or he's just gonna fucking push me.
warnings to anyone who dared cross his path. It wasn't just brutality. It was psychological warfare. Soon, El Chino's name
That
became
works too.
synonymous with
I mean, he's gonna
murder,
take it back
torture,
now, right?
and blood-soaked violence.
Is he not?
In the towns where he operated, whispers began to spread.
Put that right there so he can't
Rumors
move.
that those who died at his hands didn't just suffer in life. They continued to suffer in the afterlife because of the horrific things done to their bodies. The way El Chino dealt with his enemies. The brutal
Okay, nice.
killings, the
Watch out for
unspeakable
Shaco here.
torture quickly turned him into something more than just a hitman. On the streets, His name started to echo like a warning. A name that would eventually become legend. El Chino Anthrax. Chino, because of his
Wait for my
slightly
Q,
Asian facial
Q,
features.
Q. Where's my fucking Q?
And anthrax. That
Nice,
came
we hit
from the
him too.
deadly disease
Taking him back.
anthrax. Fast, lethal, and feared.
Choose to follow your instincts. Every Mazda is designed to feel like it was made just for you.
Wake up.
Just like El Chino, his name wasn't just a label, it was a message. Danger, brutality, and fear wrapped into one. And El Mayo Zambada, ever the strategist, saw the fear El Chino
Okay, so he definitely took it
inspired as
back
a
there,
weapon
right?
in itself. He didn't waste a second.
45 to
He brought El
41.
Chino deeper into the
He had a
inner circle,
bead.
using
Oh,
his reputation as a psychological weapon against rivals.
fuck. He's
El
TPing
Mayo
in.
made him the personal bodyguard of his eldest son, Vicente Zambada Nivo, El Vicentillo. But El Chino wasn't just a bodyguard. He was the
Did I get that?
cartel's blade. Sharp, loyal, and merciless. A living
Did I take that from him, bro? I think I got that shit, bro. Yo, it's 2-1, right? I think it was 1-1. I got it, bro. I definitely got it.
erupting in violence. And at the heart of the chaos was a betrayal that would tear apart one of the most powerful
I hit him too, nice.
in history. The Beltran Liga organization, once a key faction within the Sinaloa cartel.
Yeah, we beat Gnosis up, dude.
Originally,
Gragas beats the hell out of Gnosis. Come on now.
loyal allies of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman. They had climbed the ranks together, built an empire together. But everything changed when Alfredo Beltran Liga was captured by the Mexican military. The brothers believed El Chapo had sold them out, tipped off the authorities. What followed was a brutal split. The Beltran Livas broke away from the Sinaloa cartel.
I gotta stop letting him freestyle.
Betrayal sparked a violent war that swept through northern and central Mexico like wildfire. And while the original feud was between the Beltran Livas and El Chapo, El Mayo Zambada, the other major Sinaloa boss, found himself in the middle of it all after El Chapo's arrest. Suddenly, El Mayo and his sons became prime targets. They needed protection. Serious protection. And who better to take on that role than a trusted, dangerous figure already close to the family?
Let's go, dude. That's why I took Demolish.
Chino wasn't just going to stand around as a bodyguard.
2 plates just like that.
El Mayo had bigger plans.
Push this wave, dude. I need him to lose all of his shit, bro.
Create an elite
Yeah,
group
we push this
whose
next
sole
wave too.
job was to protect the Zambada family and eliminate anyone who posed a threat. That group would soon become infamous across Mexico as Los Antrax. Los Antrax wasn't just an armed crew.
We get 3 plates out of this?
Ruthless military
Yeah, we do.
enforcement unit created from the ground up by El Chino Antrax himself.
Fuck yeah.
He didn't build it alone. At his
Take this
side
next
were
one
his
too,
most
this next wave.
trusted men,
And then I'll leave.
who shared his loyalty,
Oh,
his ambition,
get away from me.
and his taste for blood.
Yo, get the fuck away from me, bro. What?
A fearless enforcer with
Look at my turret. Hasn't been touched. His turret's down to 2. Let's go. Good shit. We have our item too. Okay. Actually, take it back with that. Take them bootsies. Take 2 more of those. Back to the lane. Do it all over again.
Los Antrax, a brotherhood forged in violence and bloodshed. Each member wore a silver skull ring, a symbol of their allegiance, and a chilling reminder of what they represented: death. The group had 2 primary missions. First and foremost, protect the Zambada family.
He doesn't even get to touch the fucking turret, bro. What's up? What's up, bro? You mad? Are you mad, bro? I know you're big mad. I know you're big mad about that. I would be mad as hell.
Beltran Liga organization, rival cartels or traitors within. Los Antrax waged a merciless war on anyone who dared to stand in their way.
And I'm about to take his turret. Watch. Did he stay or leave? He left. He's gone.
In the years that followed,
Bad idea, bro.
Chino Antrax, at the head of Los Antrax,
Another plate.
transformed into something of a
It's only 13 minutes, so I can't take the turret yet. I only have 2 minions. But wow, bro. 13 minutes in. Look at this. Look at this dude's fucking base. 13 minutes in.
Whenever they clashed with the Beltran Beltran-Leyva cartel. It wasn't just a gunfight. It was a war zone. Bodies on both sides, and sometimes innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. Then came June.
Is he building tank right away? What does he have?
A brutal
Yeah, he is. He's going to straight tank right away.
Shootout erupted with the Beltran-Leyva and El Pancho Antrax.
So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go Morelos after this. We're gonna go AP GRAGAS and then go a little bit tank at the end. But for team comp and team fight, we'll do a lot more damage if we build APA or AP though. Nice, good shit. Just keep on fucking him up, dude. Like what? What are you gonna do, Mouse? What are you gonna do, Nasus? You're not doing shit. You're not doing shit, bro. You're not doing shit, bro. We go back and get this. Get one more health pot. Come back to lane. Actually, no, we don't. We kill him here. Kill him here. Don't let him free stack. Don't let him free stack.
2011 came to a close. El Chino suffered another major blow. His trusted lieutenant, Francisco Arce Rubio, better known as Pancho Arce, was gunned down while playing an indoor soccer match. A rival cartel.
Yo! Holy fuck!
Pancho never made it out. That's when something changed in El Chino. A man known for being merciless, for never backing down. Suddenly, he felt fear. This wasn't about pride anymore. This was survival. So he did something unusual. He went to El Mayo.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would.
Hey man, I have the ability to come do this real quick.
Industry, Granger's here for you with professional grade supplies.
I can't skip it actually, so we'll just listen to it.
Granger, for the ones who get it done.
He asked for help. If El Mayo could speak directly with the leaders of the rival cartels.
Bro, I'm fucking bombing on this Nasus, dude. I'm telling you, bro. Low ELO sloppy walrus.
El Mayo did reach out. He tried to negotiate, but the answer was clear. There would be no peace. Los Antrax.
You know he was hella mad when I did that to him, bro. That was nasty, bro. That was so nasty.
To stop them was to wipe them out completely. It was February 2012 when the streets ran.
I don't think I've ever landed such a nasty combination on GRAGAS before. I'm only getting better at him too. We only getting better, boys. Only way is up. The only way is up with this shit. The fuck?
Something internal. These men were casualties of a silent war brewing within the Sinaloa cartel itself. El Chapo's own faction had turned against Los Antrax, and their sights weren't just set on the soldiers. They wanted the man at the top.
Ah, no, bro. He blocked my passageway out.
U.S. prosecutors charged El Chino.
I do a lot of damage though.
To smuggle half a ton of meth and 5 kilos of.
Okay, let's pause that. I'll listen to that later. I need to concentrate. The fuck is Ash doing up here? Is my question. Look how far he's back, dude. That's how ahead I am of this dude right now. I think I make it back to lane before he touches my turret. Let's see. He might touch my turret, but I think I kill him. No, he leaves. He leaves. He knows. He knows I'm here. He leaves. He's smart enough to leave. I mean, if he stays, though, in one of these bushes, he's... Oh, fail ward. He didn't see that. Alright, Garen wouldn't listen to me, bro. He's just focused on objectives, I guess. I mean, whatever. Look at my top lane, bro. Like that's how fucking pushed I have my shit, bro. He's literally at his turret constantly. I love Gragas and the Gnosses. Gragas and the Gnosses is fucking lit. I'm coming for that team fight. Yeah, we're winning this game. The fuck? I'm just gonna start playing top again. That's just old. Yo, this Kai'Sa's lit. Oh my, yo, oh my god. Whoa, that was scary. No way. Sell this right here. We need to get our next item, boy. That's why I didn't want to 1v1 him. He's been in the top lane stacking.
An ally has been slain.
We still win though. It's 100% winnable. Just can't let Nasus free stack like that. And I got my second item.
An enemy has been slain.
Hell no, we don't surrender. Who's got surrender mentality here? I'm getting mad. Blew him away, but I mean, wow! Try to take the shot for her, bro. Sad day. Okay, I got my boots though. What is this bro talking about? Your mom. My vape gotta die right now. That's not cool.
Your turret has been destroyed. Down. An enemy has been slain.
Let's get this party started.
This Kai'Sa's retarded. Kai'Sa's actually fucking retarded. Ain't no way you just did that shit for me, bro. Yo. Oh man, that was awesome.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, yeah.
An ally has been slain.
Can't believe I missed him. I almost got him too. The Garen doesn't really do anything in the team fights, bro. Look at him. Jesus Christ. Just kind of does his own thing. I only need 300 for this. I might just wait for it. Oh. Sad day. When everyone leaves, the poor groggy to die.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Need some grog.
An ally has been slain. Quickly.
Don't get pushy.
That's what you get, bro. That is honestly, that's what you get, bro. That's just honestly what you get. Like, you thought I wouldn't build something tanky, bro? You thought I'd just go, like, full-on fucking AP when I can build this right here? We got dragon. I'm not even going there.
Let's get this party started.
Going straight to the lane that you were just at and pushing it right back to where it was. This is where it's supposed to be, Bubba. It's supposed to be dead. Got him. I'm that tanky, bro. It took him that long. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go for this. Vicar, you suck. Characters for tutorial. That's hilarious. Just blew her ass away real quick and took the inhib, dude.
What El Chino didn't know was that for 6 long months, the DEA had been wiretapping calls, conversations between him and his network of traffickers. As the feds picked off low-level operatives one by one, the pieces began to fall into place. Testimony after testimony pointed in one direction. And soon, they had enough to bring charges against one of Sinaloa's most feared lieutenants. El Chino could feel the pressure closing in. The DEA, Mexican authorities, and even rival factions within his own cartel wanted one thing: the end of Los Antrax. And it was only a matter of time. During this time, El Chino Antrax developed a full-blown obsession with social media. Instagram and Twitter weren't just apps to him, they were his stage. While most cartel members hid in the shadows, El Chino Antrax was busy chasing the spotlight. Under a series of fake names, El Chino started showing off his outrageous lifestyle. Private jets, designer clothes, luxury vacations, gold-plated guns, wild parties, and even pet tigers. He wasn't just living like a king. He wanted the world to see it. Despite being a wanted man, El Chino acted like he was untouchable. He partied in VIP lounges in the US, posted pictures of his cash, his weapons, and even shared a snapshot with one of El Mayo's sons. What El Chino didn't realize was that this obsession with spotlight, this need to be seen, would eventually lead him straight to his downfall. By October 2013, the spotlight El Chino chased spilled into the real world. A lavish 63rd birthday party lit up a beachfront villa in Los Cabos. The guest of honor, former Tijuana cartel boss Francisco Rafael Arellano Felix. Champagne flowed, a mariachi band played. Then a clown shuffled through the crowd. The guests laughed. The clown honked a toy horn, posed for photos, and drew a hidden pistol. Bang! Arellano Felix collapsed in a spray of blood and confetti. Cameras flashed, partygoers screamed, and within hours every Mexican news outlet carried grainy cell phone clips of the killer clown. It was the viral infamy El Chino had always wanted, and the final red flag for law enforcement on both sides of the border. For years, El Chino Antrax stayed one step ahead of the Mexican authorities. Even as he flaunted a lavish lifestyle online, he blurred his face in every photo, thinking that was enough to keep his identity hidden. He went even further, undergoing plastic surgery, altering his fingerprints, anything to erase the man he once was. While he thought he was hiding in plain sight, he was actually leaving behind a digital trail, a trail of breadcrumbs. What El Chino didn't realize was that the federal agents, especially the DEA, were watching closely, and they noticed something he didn't.
Ergot. Alright. Cool. I'm cool with that.
Distinctive skull, the same kind worn by members of Los Antrax. That small detail was all it took to confirm the connection. Once the DEA locked onto his social media profiles, there was no escaping them. It was New Year's Eve, 2013, when El Chino Antrax boarded a flight from Mexico to the Netherlands. His destination, Amsterdam's Schiphol Airport. But what he didn't know was that the
Hard stuck iron, huh? Yep. We're winning this shit.
DEA was already one step ahead. They had tracked his flight and tipped off Dutch authorities. All eyes were now searching for one thing: a Mexican man wearing a flashy skull ring. Sure enough, when the plane landed, they found him. El Chino was arrested on the spot. He was traveling under a fake name, Norberto Siqueiros Garcia, the identity of a dead Mexican citizen. But it was that signature skull ring that gave him away. El Chino was thrown into a maximum security prison in the Netherlands, but the United States wasn't going to let him stay there for long. They wanted him extradited, and they had a long list of drug trafficking charges waiting for him. Then came the twist. Just a week after his arrest, the U.S. Department of the Treasury hit El Chino with sanctions under the Foreign Narcotics Kingpin Designation Act, a law that freezes assets and bans U.S. citizens from doing business with major drug traffickers. But more importantly, that announcement exposed something huge. El Chino wasn't just another player in the game. He was El Mayo Zambada's top enforcer. But that's not all. He was also working for El Chapo. That meant El Chino was running with both bosses of the Sinaloa cartel, a rare and risky position that might have fueled the infamous tension between the two drug lords. On July 10, 2014, El Chino Antrax was finally extradited to the U.S. the very next day, standing before a judge in San...
Let's pause it.
Last call. Need some grog. Don't get pushy. Oh, yeah.
An enemy has been slain.
Gates up.
And take some damage on the way out, bitch.
Let's get this party started. I'm on it. Yeah, yeah. Need some grog. Time to roll out the barrel.
Take out the trash with that one. I don't really care if he gets the kill or not. No, I'm not leaving.
Don't get pushy.
I got hard.
Get some. I'm on it.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Fight time.
An ally has been slain.
Let's get this party started.
No way. Very sad. Should have waited for my ignite there. It's all good. I get him this time.
An enemy has been slain.
Need some grog.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Happy hour incoming. Don't get pushy.
Play this safe. Oh, someone left. How sad.
Oh yeah. I'm on it.
He barely won that fight, bro. You don't believe in me, bro? Really? Fuck you.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Let's get this party started.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't say that. Okay, I'm gonna take those and leave.
An enemy has been slain.
some grog.
An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Killing spree.
Oh, yeah.
An ally has been slain.
Same farm differential. He did take a back though. Oof. Back him off of me. Fuck. Like, bro, will you listen and leave, bro? Please? Fucking was warded, dude. I was trying to warn him.
I'm on it.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Enemy triple kill.
Jesus Christ.
Need some grog.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, yeah. Let's get this party started.
He didn't have TP. Perfect time for me to push.
An ally has been slain.
Down here pushing.
Dude, this fucking Urgot is so fucking dumb. Thank you. Appreciate that. All this dude does is sit in lane and fucking just shove lane. Be a little fucking bitch nip. What is she doing here, bro? Let's go. I don't know what she was doing there, but it works out. Like, what the fuck was she actually doing there, bro? I want to know what she. Mm. No way. It's so hot right now, dude. I don't go to Herald there because I wanted my turret, so. You can be mad at me all you want, bud. I wanted my turret. You guys ain't helped me all game anyways. So it's all good. Dude. Fuck you. Like, you're done sitting in my lane doing that, bro. I'm sorry, but you can't do it no more. Not under my own turret, bro. No. You're done.
Let's get this party started.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Get some.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy killing spree. Killing spree.
Down yet. Last call.
Ah! No way I just died to the support, dude. I'm just that behind. I'm that weak. Haven't been able to get my tank item yet. It's all good. I'm building it now. And I had no vision. This is what it is. It was really low too.
Enemy double kill. Rampage.
We can win this. I just made a oopsie.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I just can't do anything against Urgot, so I'll probably ban him. Probably ban Urgot next time. Yeah, our bot lane is 1 in 18, so I mean, understand why I lose a 1v1 to Lux. It's all good though. She's just that fed that she's actually strong, so I can't really do anything about that. I can't really solo fight anyone. I'm not too behind. I'm still same level, but no! Every time I try to do something, man. Oh my god, why are you going in on that? I was trying to get him off of me, trying to get you out the lane. He's too strong. I can't do anything against that. Embarrassing.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm gonna go tank items from here on out. Probably get, what, 3 tank items? What is she doing? Yeah, our bot lane is trash. Fuck you, dude. Ain't saying nothing to the fucking Morgana. Push. We push here. With Urgot dead, what are you talking about? What the fuck is that? Thought it was gonna be Lux. Oh. My bad. You get drag? Yeah, I got turret too. Thought it was Lux. I thought I was gonna kill Lux, honestly, but she has heal. I should have been peeping that. That's my bad. $746.
An enemy has been slain. Godlike.
Fat little bitch ass. Fuck you.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You don't get away, bro. No! It's alright. Yeah, go for that turret, bro. Get that hoe, Yasuo. Yo, that wind wall was nuts. They just got the Baron too.
Triple kill. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Fucking hate that stupid champion Diana, dude. So cringe.
Enemy rampage.
Ain't good. We do have prio everywhere though, so that's good.
An ally has been slain. Has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. I'm on it.
Not that stupid. I may have been getting jumped on this game and have a lot of assists, but
Inhibitor has respawned. Let's get this party started. The enemy's inhibitor has respawned. Don't get pushy. Take some. An enemy dominating. Your turret has been destroyed. Yeah, yeah. Killing spree. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
got one of them.
An enemy is godlike. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I can't do anything there. There's too much damage there. It's honestly just bot lane, dude. I tried to make some smart plays and go get inhib and shit for us and be there for team fights, but I got zoned down and our bot lane was just absolutely shit feeding that whole game. I didn't realize how bad our bot lane was. Sad. Move on. Cry about it later. You know what? I'm gonna go to my dad's. And catch you guys later.